Hello and welcome in. All right, I have a fun stream planned for the day. Got my notes in order here and let's get through some business. Today we are cooking, today we're getting some stuff done. So I've put in some measures to hopefully discourage donations for the day. Or at least I can buy myself a coffee out of it. All right, let's rip through this. First things first. The project reference today is cooking live stream because today we are cooking, we're getting stuff done. Secondly, the question of the day, I think it's the same as yesterday, but it's a really good one. So vote for what your favorite D&D experience has been, and you can pick multiple options. The freebie today can be found under M3DM Daily Freebie, and there you go. It's a little Tinkerforge dude. He's got a button for an eye. What not to love? If you want the free 3D printable files for that, click on this link. Well, bam, you're set. All right. Small adjustment, I now stream Monday through Friday instead of every single day, but I stream for longer and I tend to start a little earlier, such as 11 a.m. What else? Ah, yes, I have increased the donation pool by $5 to unlock a Tavern Pet in hopes of getting something done today, because we've been hitting $30 every day, which is great, but I have to get something done at some point. So, small discouragement, but I will do it. I do love doing Tavern Pets. All right. Today's warm-up is this. Yep, I'm gonna see if I can block this out in 30 minutes because Aloha has been giving me a hard time. Obviously my arms aren't hard enough. I'm not gonna sculpt this the way I normally do, which is, separate assets and very, very clear for all of it. Maybe 11 for you, but it's 10 for me. Oh, yes, that is true. I'm like, what did I do? Ah, yes, Eastern time. But yeah, I'm going to use a bunch of Dynamesh and poly paint to get the silhouette and the general appearance of this without making a bunch of individual pieces. So we're going to sculpt a little different today for the warm-up, a little chaotic. It's going to be fun. And yes, how do you like them apples? Who is you're being a spaz? Paint. Yeah, I am being a spaz. Eyeballs. All right, not screwing around. Let's do it. Let me get my reference up. And yeah, we're setting the tone, setting the pace. Gonna get some stuff done today. If you need me, you have to throw a huge fit in the chat. I need flashing red lights. I need my name 100 times. Otherwise, a mod will attend to you when they are ready. Yeah, she is beautiful. This is AI, but yeah. Imagine trying to turn us off from Tavern Pets. We'll donate even harder. Joke on you. That's exactly what Reaper put in our special mod secret channel. She was like, that's going to make things worse. That's not going to deter them at all. But whatever. At least I can buy myself a fancy coffee on my break. And yeah. First heist of the day is a loss. Dude, I bumped up the odds so much. The odds to win today are really high. But the payout's terrible. Reaper, nah. Give me attention. Okay, I can't have my mods asking for attention. You are the fix, not the problem. Okay, that's enough talking. We're cooking. Let's go. I want to see if I can get this snugged up on my screen in a way that's, yeah, that look fine? I think so. Where's my entire tool menu? All right, so here's some other warm-ups that we normally do, just so you guys have some context. We did a little dragon head. We did a derpy little fox. And we also have done this sprinting kitten, which is really, really cute and simple. Today we're gonna have a similar level of polish, which is to say no polish at all, just to rough out this block out all at once. Reaper, I love being the problem. This is true. All right, we're gonna start with this. Let's grab a color that's similar to our reference, but not too similar because I don't want it to be this dark. Make this polymesh 3D so I can actually sculpt on it. And we'll name this today's date, which is May 20th. Oh my, immediately. Mommy, mother, madre. Is that from Family Guy? Oh my god. All right, we're cooking. How do I sculpt? That's how I sculpt. Dynamesh. All right, so the first thing we're gonna do is create a little face blob. I'm gonna duplicate this. We're gonna make a little face blob. I'm gonna poly paint as I go to kind of cheat some of my proportions here and make stuff as simple as possible. We're going to Dynamesh very, very low resolution. Just like that. Excellent. And again, I am trying this out partly as a joke to Aloha, but also because I think it'd be cool if I could start getting a different way of sculpting, which is essentially, I've seen some artists do it where they do like this really low poly block out and then they like extract bit pieces off of this. It's really, really cool. So yes, I'm trying that today. So I have until that little mug down there hits Tavern Keeper's Craft. And then it is pencils down. We're done. My dog is snoring hard today. He is not cooking today. He is tired. But yes, if you need something, ask a mod. Mia's working. Oh, I didn't introduce myself. I always forget something. Hello, my name is Mia. I make 3D printable models for a living. And today, I'm going to block out this entire character like a spaz. I mean, not like spastic energy, just it's insane to even try to do this in 30 minutes. But I'm cutting myself a bit of a break because I'm really going to do it just like blob in pieces. Pretty much practicing like my Dynamesh skills. We have our first color tone shift here, which is going to be a darker color here. Again, using Dynamesh and the Move brush. If at any point ZBrush crashes during this, I am so cooked, and not in a good way, because 5 minutes is like 30% of my time here. Even if Aloha can't make it today, that's one of our mods, and at this point, just a good friend. They are going to be very proud. I know it. Assuming I get anything done. You know what? They'd be proud of my failure too. They're cool like that. All right, we got some shapes happening. Does anyone actually think I can get this done? Because I think I can. I'm just curious if it's a cheerleader squad of 1 today. Empress, excuse me, miss, you're really good. Have you considered offering classes? You know, I've thought about it once or twice. This is a joke. I do teach. And Empress is a student. Double joke. Should I give her arms? I think she would appreciate having arms. So notice I'm really just going in this with a bunch of blobs. Normally I would start with a human base mesh that's already nice and detailed and pretty and correct proportions and all that kind of stuff. But today I'm just doing everything from scratch and just getting the rough shape completed. But I can still use as many subtools as I want because I don't want to just torture myself for no reason. I think it's going to happen. I think we're actually going to end up with something that looks quite similar. Again, we're going for similar. We're going for vibes. My dog, full snore today. If you're having a stressful day, let his soothing grunts and snores soothe you. We're going with the little Lego claw hand. Oh yeah, a classic. Hey, it's Miguel. Whoa, is this 3D art or what? Miguel is a very prolific 3D artist and a good friend of mine. Happy super early birthday. It's not even the right month. Right now for the warm-up, I am just chaotically blocking out this entire character. I'm not going to keep her or anything. This is just for problems. I don't sculpt completely from scratch very often. You know, I can't say that anymore. I do it all the time now. But I used to pretty much never do it. And now I do it all the time. It's just become a really fun thing. So I have 30 minutes to do this, or at least try it out. And No, this isn't a challenge for my community. This is just me being a problem for myself. I'm like, you know what would be fun? If I tried to do this entire concept in 30 minutes. I'm not sure how detailed I'll be able to get in that 30 minutes, but I'm gonna try. This is kind of like sketching. Imagine it that way. It's totally happening, y'all. Just Linkle says, I'm surprised that so many 3D sculptors know each other. Yeah, we do. It's not really that big of a niche. Miguel will jokes all the time that there's not enough room in this city for the two of us, or town, or whatever it is. Obviously joking. Select that other mesh. I'm so glad my pen is working today, because I would not have time to deal with technical difficulties on top of this. All right, this extra one, too much work, not working. All right, well, I got all of the basic shapes blocked out except for her little cowl thing. It is weird that you're the only mod chatting right now. You're all by your lonesome today, Reaper. That's okay, I think you'll manage. And this is what I thought was gonna happen when I first made y'all mods. It just been all three of you every day, which is very funny. Not what I expected at all. It's been a lot of fun though, trying to sculpt these things with like a little time limit, and just to see how good or bad it turns out. It's been a lot of fun. And definitely something that I couldn't have done, at least not this confidently, even just a month ago. Miguel's working on an animated tree. Animated? Is it bad taste to tell patrons to just glue on fake leaves? I don't want to sculpt them. You do whatever you want. I don't think it's bad taste. Just Lingual says, Reaper's the only mod. It's a perfect day to rebel. I think she can handle you still. Well, depending, she'll just become part of the problem. All right, we got most of the basic shapes here, so let's get some fabric folds going. I want to see just how much I can get done in 30 minutes. We're just about halfway through, so I need to crank it up a bit. Go with them like really thick, simple pipe folds. There we go. Just to get some fun texture on here. Cool, now it's come through with some gradients. That's gonna help separate all the different aspects of this model and give a little bit of visual interest. All right. It's happening. It's totally happening. Miguel says, I'll probably do a version with and without leaves, so folks have options. There, I'm being nice. That is much nicer. Haven't you already done a bunch of trees? I'm surprised that you're working on a tree. But trees are fun. It's kind of, I mean, I've made like 1/10 of what you've produced, and even I'm like, haven't I done this before? Because like, I'm pretty sure I've done this before. Hey, Jack's here. Welcome in. Yeah, this does look like a placeholder doll, kind of, like for animation. I mean, what do you mean? This is the most high-res, fancy thing going on here. I have no idea what you're talking about. It doesn't get more detailed than this. Thank you. Yeah, the heist should be a bit more fun for y'all today if you like winning, but not making very much. All right, we're gonna start breaking some symmetry to get some interesting layers of fabric here. And then the one color that is kind of part of this original that I don't have is this like a subtle gold section. I don't know if we'll end up getting to that. I want to be as close as possible, so let's go ahead and try that. I'll go with curved tube, kind of a yellowishy color here. Oh, I want this to not be like that. Stop. There we go. Go to stroke. And I'm modifying this brush so that it will naturally taper without me having to sculpt every single one of them like that. Where is it? There it is. Also going to adjust it so it follows the mesh. There we go. So on the top, it's actually a lot more fragile and simple. So let's try to keep it that way. Here we go. Something kind of like that. And then there's a similar section up on her head. Using the dam standard brush to kind of get a little bit of texture on our lovely hair blob here. Oh, I keep flipping the entire mesh instead of rotating it. There we go. Let's see if I can, I want to add like a swirl brush on this, but it just doesn't suit the specific character. It's definitely like this really nice slick back hairstyle. Yeah, something more like this. We don't have time to do makeup, but maybe I can just do like a little suggestion of a mouth. No, that's not working. Miguel says, in other news, I'm really happy how my Lady of Pain came out yesterday. She's glorious. Oh, I missed that. I'll have to go look after my stream. All right, I still got some time, so let's keep on going. Oh, Taylor's here. Welcome in. I decided to try to make an entire character in 30 minutes. Obviously, it's much more of like a sketch. This is not to be 3D printed. This is just something fun. I don't do stuff like this really ever, so I thought it'd be something different. Also, Aloha gave me a hard time yesterday for not choosing hard warm-ups. Or really it was more about me not trying to sculpt Ricky. So I'm redeeming myself right now. This is also not Ricky. For those that don't know, Ricky's my husband. And the point of doing this warm-up also was just to see how far I could get and to kind of set the pace for today's stream. Today, I am cooking. I'm trying to get as much done as possible. I went ahead and made the Tabber Pet donation $5 more expensive just for the day because we've been hitting that goal every day, which, though awesome, would like to get stuff done eventually. So I figured if we're gonna have to do another Tabber Pet today, I'm at least gonna be able to buy myself an extra coffee. So hence the $5 extra fee just for the day. I think I'm crushing it. For 30 minutes? Yeah, I am not mad about this at all. Get this a touch darker. And then I forgot to add this really cool kind of like ornamentation in the center here, which is quite dark to stand out. We'll do split mask points and then add these little spikes. And this is really key for a lot of my students to watch here. See like what things I prioritize versus what I don't. This is always what I'm talking about with like primary forms, tertiary, all that kind of stuff. And you build up. It's like a pyramid. You can't just jump up and, I mean, you can just detail the hair right away, but I don't recommend it. I try to capture the main aspects of the character first. And then I refine bit by bit. I'm gonna add some gold to the head here. We have just a couple minutes left and then we can kind of review and see how I did. I like these little scribblies I've been doing. For the sides here, I kind of didn't get the sides of the mask. So let's see if I can create those really quickly or modify the base that's underneath. And for anyone that's just tuning in, no, this is not how I sculpt characters. This is just like a really fun, like, chaos sculpt to see how fast I can get stuff done from scratch without using any base meshes or anything like that. And to be clear, I got nothing against using base meshes. Like, my whole business, I use base meshes. Base meshes are pretty much just like a starting piece. So instead of sculpting a body from scratch every day, I just already have a body. Hey, Sater's here. Hello, hello. All right, looks like I got like a minute left. In that last minute, I will try to block out or separate some shapes a little bit with color. So that's pretty much going in with some like my lightest lights and my darkest darks. Let's see if I can add like a little bit of glow here and then maybe some dark shadow for her suggestion of an eye. Didn't quite end up having time for that. Her head ended up a little too small. I try to adjust proportions. I'm running out of time. Panic, panic. Almost done. Or at least what I can call done. I'm going to throw on a little bit of weathering at the base because she kind of looks like almost like a banshee. Really, really pretty banshee. Oh, she's got 2 strands of hair that fall in front. I didn't do that. 1 second. The mug has not quite reset yet. I got time. I got time. Again, it's all the little like framing hair layers. I swear, that's like where all the personality in the model is. Keep looking up at, I've never been so terrified of a mug in my life. I'm looking at what's at the bottom here. It's sliding across very slowly, just in case you're like, what mug? In case you're wondering how I do hair, you're getting a really rapid time demo right now. Will a swirl brush make any of this look better? No. All right, I'm done. Whew. Okay, that was 20 minutes of absolute insanity. Very good. Or 30. Oh, no, Miguel. Oh my god, you don't bottle everything from scratch? How dare? Quickly hides 100 base models in a panic, right? But bam, there you go. So if you squint, it looked really good, I think, in 30 minutes. Can I do fun lighting, or is that cheating? Was I supposed to do that during the actual sculpt? I don't think it's cheating. Sweet. That was fun. Not bad. Empress says, Mia, when you do these kind of characters, that is what we'll call them now, chaos sculpts. I like it. Empress says, Mia, I swear I'm not saying these things because I'm a student, but like your ability to do this all is still magic to me. It's okay. Give it another couple months. We'll get to more of my classes and fundamentals. You'll be able to do it too. Not this fast, but you will be able to do it too. Sater says, Mia, madam, you use base meshes and you're worried about the lighting being cheating? No, just for this specific prompt. And I did not use a base mesh from this. This was completely from scratch. Just spheres. So, I'm really happy with this. All right, let's do a little screenshot. Try to scoot that over as much as possible. And yeah, how do you guys think I did it? Not bad. Where this message is held for review. That's awesome. Done. First art of the day. Reaper says you did great for 30 minutes of work. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I'm very psyched about that. Miguel, it's okay, I guess. A base mesh would have helped, though. Well, Yes. And they're joking, of course. He just put, yeah, JK. And then, yeah, I'm not going to sell this. This is not going to go anywhere. This is just going to be a blob that I did for fun. But it's a confidence builder for me, and to kind of keep things a little bit different and remind me really like how to push my tools and use them to the limit. So yeah, for all my students, I expect this is your next sculpt along assignment. Just go ahead and follow this. Yeah. Except you have to do it in 10 minutes. Yeah. That's what school feels like sometimes though, for real. All right, look at my subtools names. May 21st, 03, 02, 01. Yeah, chaos. This is a mess. We'll rename this really quick. Just May 20th. I don't know why it says 21st. Oh, it was trying to name itself correctly. ZBrush could not keep up. It's like, what? What are you doing? There we go. Yeah, Infras, easy. Oh, that was fun. Now I'm taking a breather. The mug has officially restarted too. On a real note, if you also want to learn how to sculpt your own characters like this, but more polished and with more time and not 30 minutes, I do teach. That'll be linked in the chat somewhere. RB says, Mia, it doesn't look just good, it's great, and that isn't just 30 minutes. Aw, thank you. Today, we're cooking. Pretty happy with this. Blobs and all. And I would say this is much more advanced than though this does have some better fundamentals. The dragon, my little fox, and then the cat. These were also done in the same warm-up period time, but today I decided to push it, and I'm like, we're going for just a full character. Yeah. Maybelline says, you do remember my snowman, don't you? Oh, of course. Came out very cute. Alrighty. Well, let's actually get to the main event of the day, which is many main events. I want to finish the Owlfolk Warlock. It's going to be done today or tomorrow. And I'm going to scoot this back on over, give myself as much room as possible. Let's go all the way. Very nice. This has seen a lot of improvement and great work. Let's go. Sater says, Mia, the Speed Cat kind of looks like a Jolteon. It really does, especially with the color scheme. All right, so now we're going to get this character done, but not that fast. Oh, does anyone remember what the base, if we had a specific base for this? I think it might have been something castle-y. I can't remember. I do think the castle floor would look really nice for this character. Look at Reaper go. Yeah, the win rate is really high today, but the payout's terrible. Yeah, I really like this floor, minus the coin box. Even the roses I like. I think it'd be nicer though if this floor was a more muted color. Yeah, more like that. And then we can do a dark center just for some nice contrast. There we go. Beautiful. All right, let's keep on working. A lot of aspects here are pretty strong. We just need to keep going. This one took me a little longer than normal because I just think the reference art is so nice. I really want to stay true to that. I'm gonna grab my move topological to kind of adjust some of the shapes here. He's not supposed to look so much just like angry necessarily, but a little more on the severe side. also curious how I'm going to end up detailing these. Let's make all the little eyebrow hairs their own sub. It looks so funny without them. The little eyebrows their own subtool. And then we're going to not dynamesh, we're going to subdivide a few times, so just adding resolution. And then kind of add some streaks. Oh, I didn't realize I had this texture turned on. But now that I see it, well, that's a happy accident. I don't mind that. That kind of looks quite nice. I'm going to turn mask by polygroups to 100, so that way it will only sculpt on one surface at a time. So see when I hit Shift F and they're all different colors? Each color, that's a polygroup. There we go, but still very, very 3D printable, which is the most important part here. I'm gonna subdivide this a few times and now come through with kind of a clever thing here. This is how I do feathers. I actually use the Chisel Creature brush. This is a default in ZBrush. And I go to scale, which that by itself doesn't look great, right? But with a little bit of finessing, you can get quite a nice result. We're going to lower the RGB intensity, the Z intensity, and increase the focal shift. And you'll notice it actually looks a bit feathery. You have to layer it in a certain way. Kind of play with the brush until I find something that works just right. But there you go. Right now I'm still playing with this to see what shape I want exactly. Something more like that. There we go. I want that rounded edge. Very nice. Oh yes, at this point, donations are in play. You can roll the D20 Destiny anytime for $5, but Taver Pets are at $35. I increased that a bit because I'm trying to get some work done today. Not that I don't love Taver Pets, but they are proliferating uncontrolled right now. This mesh is a little stretched, so I want to be careful with it. Just want to make sure that that brush was going to work the way I wanted it to, and it did. But before I keep going, I really need to adjust some aspects of the face still. Without back face mask, please. Stop. There we go. There we go. There's like, the mesh really wants to stick out right there. I'm not sure why it's being so silly. It's probably the way my topology is. Let's go ahead and split this into its own section before I get all detail crazy with it. Yeah, like this doesn't need to be 35,000 points. Let's go Decimation Master using Keep Poly Paint and crush that down to 8. All right. I do not see the reference for owl feet. Oh, you put it in the appropriate one. Yeah, I'll get to that. We're cooking, and we're cooking in order. All right. ZRemesh, same. Sometimes in the pursuit of greatness, stuff stops getting done. And I'm tired of that. I want to finish some models. While still pursuing greatness, of course, but maybe a little more intentional greatness instead of just my freaking best all of the time. That, I find, is taking way too long. And I really want people to get their characters, like, today. All right, move brush. fluff this up a little bit. He's got such a cool face. Man, it's tricky to get just right. Tuck the beak up a little bit. And mirror and weld. He does have a bit of a long face, actually. But it connects very close to these eyebrows still. Oh wow, what is up with my screen border here? Nah, it's not important. But yes, the feet reference is good. But I don't care about the feet when the face isn't done. Some people really like feet, which is fine. But the rest of us are looking up here. A gentle roast, mostly joking. And by mostly, I mean I'm totally joking. There we go. All right, now I can come in with those secondary forms, which is going to be the feathers in this case. Why does he look so adorable? Ah, he's not supposed to look so adorable. It's supposed to look... son of a peach. His eyes and his face are just tiny. And his whole head is tiny. Jack, real cooking hours. It's true. Satyr, whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't be throwing that shade at me. That was uncalled for. You're right. But you are fun to be mean to. It's because the beak is so tiny. It's giving him this little baby face. So I had to do a little bit of like soul searching here. There we go. That to that already helps a lot. And then also does stick off of his face a decent amount. Gosh, this beak is getting chewed up. Okay. Are these two separate subtools? No. Or polygroups? Yeah, that would have been too much to ask for. Alrighty. Inflate. Because even when we're cooking, we're not rushing. Everything gets its, due amount of time and love. That's about as far as we can bring that out until we run into new problems. What is that? You guys see this little fun bit there? Why is it shredding? Don't shred. Be cool. Don't be crazy. There we go. I know it looks a little like chunky on the edge, but this little nib of the beak here will just break right off if I'm not careful. Reaper, at least you know what you like, Satyr. I'm so sorry I've done this to you, Satyr. Immediate consequences. All right, and then for details on the face, there needs to be floof covering the beak in some way, except this brush does not want to play with me right now. That's fine. I can just make it happen with the move brush. This is why I got so good at using the move brush. It's for when my other brushes weren't working the way I wanted them to. So I was like, fine. I'll make it happen. And that's what we're doing. There we go. Shapes are shaping. It's a lot of going back and forth, adding strength to the brush, removing it, adding it, removing it, to get a variation of like this kind of feather plumage-like look. That's looking better. And I want to make sure that the neck floof down here ends up looking significantly different. Otherwise, it's all just going to blend into the head, and we don't want that. As the feathers move down the neck, they're going to show more of it. It's going to look a little longer. The center line always breaks symmetry, otherwise you're going to cause new problems with your mesh. And a little bit of variety never hurt anybody. This face is very challenging, but it's going to be so worth it when I nail it. And I'm going to. Can you guys put it in this current one? I know we want it, like I had this old one, but I don't want to keep jumping back and forth. I do like the references though, but we cooking. Just put it in this one. Yeah, okay, good. So I didn't bring it out too far. And it's a humanoid, so it's like we're going to follow these rules to break them. No, really not. Closer than I thought. We're good. I'll take that as all the more reason to not obsess on it. There we go. Cool. I would like to get some really fine details right by his eyes if I can. I might be pushing the pushing this brush to its limit. Thank you. Appreciate you. There we go. That's looking cool. All right. Moving along right here. Hey, Aloha's here. Aloha, did you see? Did you see I went crazy? That was the warm-up today. Yeah. You made fun of me for not sculpting Ricky yesterday, so I was like, okay, I gotta make up for it. I think I did. All right. We're just gonna run through and detail each section as I hit it. Perfect. This has a small trim on it. Let's do one subdiv actually. Yeah. We're gonna put small trim on it using the ZBrush brush. And I'm gonna see what it looks like if I just extrude a poly loop right in the center. I just don't usually do that, so I want to see what it looks like. It just looks like he has two collars then. I don't know what I was expecting. There we go. Sweet. Divide. A little bit of fabric folds. Next. And I'm not really sure how the fabric fold in here is going to work. It's a pretty stiff piece of fabric, so I'm okay with it being somewhat simple on the fabric fold side. That being said, more is more. Cool. Continuing. All right, same thing with this beautiful cape. Dynamics. So what I'm doing right now is I'm adding thickness because right now it doesn't exist. See, if I like flip over the cape, it disappears. I'm a little worried that the normals change halfway through, I'm curious if that's going to make it extrude thickness all weird. Nope, it's being good. Great. Knock on wood. All right, no smooth subdib. Very good. Paint says, did you get this done in 30 minutes or something? Yeah, I did. I did. And it's on stream, so you can go see it. It's nothing I'm gonna like sell or put on Patreon or anything like that, but it definitely got the job done. Why are you so high res? I don't understand. I told you smooth subdiv. What? Did I like do it twice by accident? Oh, never mind. It's me. I am the problem. I fixed it. That's the thing that sucks about complaining about like software. It can only do what you tell it to do. So I'm like, it's not working. It must be me. It was me. All right, I don't want the cape to actually look this thick, but I want it to be 3D printable. So we're gonna do a little trick here. I'm extruding an edge loop here on top. And then for this bottom one, I'm just gonna put a small bevel or delete that edge loop. Either should work. And you see how it starts to kind of taper inwards? And then it's a win-win. Then we have a nice sleek looking cape, but it's actually quite chunky and 3D print ready. I forgot to extrude a little trim line on top to match the detailing from a reference. So let's go ahead and just, whoop, there you go. Subdivide a few times, beautiful. Bulk up those pipe folds just a touch. Beautiful. And smoothing the center line right here because we're kind of getting some goofiness going on because I sculpted this in symmetry. Oh, I got mass poly groups to 100. Be careful, turn that off so I don't have any other silliness down the road. Paint says, hell yeah, just join, we'll look later. Sounds good. And of course, if you got any questions on how I did it, let me know. All right, next piece completed. This shoulder should be a little larger. And again, I'm being kind of odd here because I'm like copying the reference art so carefully, but just because it's so cool. It looks like this kind of tucks under and it's more of like a half cape going on, but just for my own sanity, we're gonna make it symmetrical. All right, little details. We're extruding some more little poly loops here. Not the whole thing, ZBrush. Thank you. Perfect. And then that belt buckle, it's kind of tucked up and hidden. So we're gonna scoot that down a bit, just so there's a nice little detail to paint. And we're gonna make it larger too. You could also just move the cape up a little bit. There we go. Yeah, Paint said that's my life with computers, and that's referring to it's a hard field to work in when you deal with computers because you want to blame the computer, but it literally can only do what you told it to do, which means the problem's you. And I'm like, oh, that's hurtful. All right, this is actually a pretty simple piece of armor. Wonderful. Add a little bit of thickness right there. I'm kind of worried about that edge. There we go. Now we're going to extrude a small line around the perimeter. One, this catches paint. Two, it also looks like the reference. And three, I think that's what it actually looks like in real life. If I wanted to, I can add a little extrusion to the top here. I'm going to go in with, instead of extrude, I'm going to do Q mesh. And the reason is because it will kind of snap on the edges here to have like a smooth blend. Here, you'll see. Are you not going to work because I said something nice? Okay, it's not working the way I thought it was going to work. But why? See, that's working. See how it kind of snaps right there? Like, bah, snap. Well, I like that anyway, so fine. There we go. Yeah, making a better little taper on the edges. There you go. Gonna make it intentional. Always intentional. Especially when not intentional. It's intentional. All right, that looks really good. I could probably bring it out even a touch rounder. Oh no, it's super round already. Why don't you look more round? What if I... Whatever. Looks round when you turn it, and it is round. It's probably also the way the belt sits on him. Yeah. I'm happy with that. All right. Moving on, because today we're cooking. That looks good. This is a bit more of a simple one. And then I would like to kind of add this little filigree bit that he has in the art here. I'm not sure the best way to go about doing that. So I think I can just use this curve brush. Because I just want a couple of nice swirls, nothing too crazy. Something kind of like that. Oh, I got that taper on it, which is looking quite silly if I do it that way. Something kind of like that. And then what happens if I merge those together? We're going to inflate the whole thing and then ZBrush, not by yourself because you just tripled the poly count. ZBrush with half. There we go. And kind of tuck this down a little bit. We'll make it a nice red. ZBrush again. Because in order to look like a kind of ornamentation, it needs to look pretty low poly. Why don't you want to go more low poly? Why are you so like, I must be high resolution? I'm like, you're not that interesting of a curb. You can be lower poly. You don't need all of this. There you go. I'll just do it manually. Haha. When we're cooking, that means that we sass the death out of ZBrush. It's just the way of things. The edge here kind of has this brownish color. Gonna blend that right here too, because I just like that gold look. I think it's nice. Steamwork says, everyone having a good day, getting into anything wild. It's been a quite good day. We started off a little wild. I did a pretty insane warm-up. This was the warm-up in 30 minutes. This is my reference, and that's what I did. Obviously, it looks more like a mannequin doll because I had 30 minutes. But from scratch, I'm not mad about it. And we're not going to do that every day, just in case everyone's like, ooh, what crazy character are you going to create in fucking 15 minutes a day? No, that was just for today. Ooh, Reefer is drawing dragons. Amazing. Oh, sweet, there is a new question of the day today. Awesome. Let's see what it is. The question of today is, what was the funniest D&D player death you've seen? Karma hitting them, unfortunate dice rolls, fucked around and found out, boss fight, or falling? Definitely found out in some unfortunate dice rolls. That's me. I'm the unfortunate dice roll. Oh my goodness. That's crazy. Bunny says, y'all know about ospreys. They normally have 2 toes pointing forward and 2 back, but one of the toes can pivot, so they can actually change to a 3 or 1 back configuration. That's crazy. That's very cool. We're going to fix his tiny head. Don't worry. I know he has a tiny head right now. Filigree, you have nothing to do with this. You are not invited to the party, Filigree. Just eyeballs and beak. Yes. That's better. All right, moving on. This kind of has this like plaid woven texture. I'm gonna keep it more on the simpler side. I don't think we need that texture right there. I think this is gonna look really good as is with some tight fabric folds on it. All right, I'm gonna do the same trick I mentioned earlier, which is you delete an edge loop on the inside here, and it's gonna kind of create a nice bevel. Here's the before and after, while still being nice and 3D printable. We'll add a trim piece, just like that. And then I'll add a couple on the side. Not symmetrical. What? Mirror and weld. That's a fun... Oh, I mirror and welded it. It threw a tantrum. There, go that way. Alrighty. I like how that looks, but I don't want to get all smooshed away, so I'm going to hit crease, and that way when I subdivide, it will maintain a nice edge. And now, more fabric folds. Going in with my standard brush, and we're going to have two primary fabric folds on the side here that are a bit larger, and then kind of like some smaller pipe folds that collect in the center. I have this larger one on the side because that's kind of where it falls on his thigh, but also so there's some nice just like visual variation. Ooh, we got some really interesting nonsense happening here. What's up with that? Why did you think any of that needed to be creased, ZBrush? These little dotted lines mean that it's a crease. When did you do that? Oh, interesting. Okay, we need to fix that first. I can do the fabric folds again really quickly, but this, we don't want that. And in fact, we're just gonna scoot this over and mirror and weld to cheat some nicer topology. Just like that. We're just gonna do a whole polish by features because it was kind of having a meltdown, wasn't it? All right, polish by features, and then we'll just re-extrude that edge loop. Amazing. Like nothing happened. And now I'll do those folds like I was doing earlier. So yes, two primary on the outsides right here. Ooh, Aloha says, Mia, there's no rush, but just let you know that the next steps on the next mystery stream were started last night. Awesome. Yeah, that's right. It's almost June, isn't it? Panics quietly. No, I'm just joking. That's why we're cooking today, because I'm like, I need to get some stuff done so I can move on to more cool stuff. All right, the way I did these fabric folds kind of makes it look like a little girly skirt. And I didn't want that. So making, how do I totally made him look like a little girly princess skirt. Well, that's not what I wanted. We're gonna pivot and we're gonna make these fabric folds a little bit different. That means they need to be more straight up and down and a bit more simple. I now understand the plaid texture they added. There. More subtle, more simple, more confusion. I feel like this bottom layer would look better if it sits on top. Yeah, I'm gonna change that from the reference. Always just go with the stronger design choice. And that's exactly why I don't copy references one-to-one, because sometimes it's when something in 2D doesn't translate as well in 3D. And in this case, when I detail that skirt, it looks like he's like in a little tennis skirt, and he's not. Yeah, this layer needs to be on top. Which is interesting, because again, the 2D reference looks just fine the way it is. Looks better than just fine. Looks great. There we go. Apply. Do our little bevel trick. And then extrude a nice little edge. And this is going to match everything else on the model. We have the same little extrusion here on the edge, on the cape, on the collar. Beautiful. And then let's make this these colors need to separate just a touch here. Gonna make the belt buckle a touch larger so it kind of stands out better. I did a lot of clicking and now ZBrush is upset at me. Don't be mad. There we go. Perfect. And as I'm going, I'm kind of like sneakily getting this ready for 3D print prep too. Or my bad, post prep. So right now I'm just lowering the resolution of everything that's on this belt here, because it's all going to move together. So I don't need to have it super high res. Like this is 25,000 points, but I bet you it'll look fine at 5,000 points. Yep. There we go. Belt. Paint says, Mia, what is the command/shortcut for repeating an action of a brush? That would be number 1 on your keyboard. Good question. I use that all the time. Especially when doing fabric folds. All right, now I can make that skirt as cute and ruffled as I want without making the whole thing look adorable, because he's most certainly not supposed to be adorable. He's handsome and wise. Definitely gives off a lot of wisdom vibes. Even though he's a warlock, he could very easily pass for a really cool wizard too. All right, cool. We're making some really good progress here. That's what I like. All right, Satyr called my feet spindly, hurtful. There. They do look better chonked up. They really do. The legs as well. Everything just needs to be broadened a touch here. I have feather detail on one side, but not the other, which is interesting. Ooh, we got some really gnarly mesh stuff happening here. Character creator, no way. Character creator will just blow up if I give that to it. And it should, that's quite gnarly. We'll just go ahead and delete that topology entirely. And smooth that out. And the fact that it poly painted red, like that's bleeding, is very funny to me. Okay, we're gonna try that again. Come on. Go away, problem mesh. Smooth those edges down. And then a nice mirror and weld. All right, how low res can I get this? Because this is the body and I need this to be a lot lower res in order to play nicely in Character Creator. Yeah, he's looking cool. Good, good. I also want some fabric folds right up here on the shoulder. We're getting really close to this being ready for posing. Yeah. Sick. All right, let's see if I can project this body and get something better suited here. So this is at 257,000 points, and we don't have a subdivision level. So how do you do that? Well, this is how. Take the mesh you want subdivs of, duplicate it. Make sure both are visible. You guys can't see that. See, I got 2 copies, and they're the only things with visibility turned on. I have solo turned on, so you only can see one at a time, but the fact that ZBrush knows they're both visible is all that matters. I'm going to decimate this down to save myself some time to 25,000 points if I'm being greedy. Ah, it worked. And now I'm going to ZRemesh it with same enabled. Same means it's going to try to target the same poly count. It's thinking. Oh, David's here. Good morning. Owls are more floofy than people think. It's true. They're just floof. All right, so that gave me an error message. That means that there is some sort of backwards facing poly in here somewhere that's making it upset. And it might also just be too low res to achieve this. So I'm going to disable same and ZRemesh and see if it gives me the same error. Aloha says, can we flare his pauldron thingies to curve up more the points? He looks sad without it. It's not in the reference. We'll see. I assume you're talking about these? Oh, what is this? What is that funny thing? Oh, it's a whole different head under there. Okay, we're going to delete that. But yes, bigger cape, if we're asking for more is more, that is a fun look. I am fine with that. All right, back to this body problem. Something else we can do is dynamesh it first, and that'll kind of resolve any little funny errors that we have. And then I can decimate again. David says, lol, you can tell I suck at chat. There's no wrong way to chat. Just by being there, we appreciate you. All right, that's been decimated. Are you going to ZRemesh this time, or am I going to have to fight you? Yeah, Maverick, I agree. I won. Very good. I was going to say. Oh, it tripled my poly count. Let's try ZRemesh and same. The whole point is that I want subdivs to construct from. Here we go. Let's try that again. So I want to pose this character, but the body is kind of high res and will not play well in Character Creator 4. So we're going to create subdivision levels for it. Make sure you have both copies of the body visible. I have this one, I duplicated it and made a lower res version here. It's at 49,000 points. Let's see if we can have it one more time. I'm gonna do that with ZRemesh in half. Sweet, now we're at 22,000 points. It looks pretty much the same. We lost a little bit of volume around the fingers and stuff, so I'll just inflate the entire mesh a tiny bit. Now I'm gonna duplicate it twice, go to project, which is under your subtool menu, and just click project. And supposedly it'll work. Sometimes it blows up, and if it does, I'll show you how to fix it. Kind of did some weird stuff. So these little red artifacts are because I have every single subtool visible. So try to project the cape onto it. Rookie mistake. When you're projecting, you only want the 2 things that you're projecting onto each other visible. I'm also a little bummed out this happened to the hands. I didn't notice that. Poop. I have to go all the way back. Sad. Sad. All right. This is why I don't like remeshing bodies. There's a lot of little things you gotta keep track of, and if you screw up one thing, it's game over. If I have all of the fingers melded together like a mitten, that's not very posable. He's gonna have little cup hands. All right, gets faster each time. Hello, says projecting details tutorial. We'd love to see it. Yep. If I can get it done in a single throw here, it'd make for a great short probably, but I keep goofing things up. Mini Blaze, is this a question, or is there a reason the legs are so narrow at the top and bigger above the knee? Is the feathers being represented by the size difference? Oh, Lord. Is there a reason the legs are so narrow at the top? Like here? That's just because he has mad hip dips and I haven't fixed it. And you don't see them. Stop judging his naked bird body. He's not done cooking. All right, project. Trying to get this dumb thing projected. What is with these fingers? What is this? What are those? Okay, showing my age. So what's happening is the mesh that I'm projecting is a bit bigger. So that's why I'm inflating the fingers and just reprojecting, and it's fixing it and looking a bit nicer. Cool. Why does that one look so busted? Stop it. Look good. All right, we got some good results here. I don't care if the fingers look a little knobby and stuff. I will deal with that later. He needs to be posed. All right, the body is now bodying. Very good. And check this out. We finally have subdivision levels. What? Do we? Yes. Okay, I'm just surprised at how well the feather detail retained. Now it's good. Sweet. Yay. And yeah, he's got these nice claws on here anyway, so I'm not too pressed that the actual fingers look a little blobby. Yodi says, damn, Daniel. Oh my god, yeah, I've not heard this in forever. Love it. Mima says, no, okay, I was learning. No worry. Future me a problem. You nailed it. Aloha was like, I was ready to clip it and make a short, but our chicken kept blowing it up. I know. And I even tried to salvage it by like, okay, let me like reframe this so it's gonna like sound like you can start again. It's fine. David says, Mia, by the way, you mentioned in messages sharing pictures during happy hour. Since I'm new here, could you explain happy hour? Of course. So right now we're at Tavern Keeper's Crafts, so the little mug at the bottom here, and all the way below me is happy hour. So I just have different sections of the stream. Happy hour is a time that's especially dedicated for my students, answering questions, reviewing work, all that kind of stuff. I mean, you can ask questions anytime during the stream, but reviewing work I keep during happy hour. That way I don't have to do too much bouncing around and whatnot. All right, wings are looking good. Wings do not need to be this high res. They do need to not break themselves though. What's with this topology? All right, that's fine. We're gonna say 55,000 points. Take it or leave it. Yeah, it looks good still. 25,000 points. Getting a little lower res there, but still quite nice and punchy, so very good. We'll keep it. All right, we have the base. We've got wings, which we're gonna keep as just one piece because Ricky can choose to pose those or not. I think we got all of the different aspects of the character done, except for this really cool sword he has, which I don't think I actually have anything quite like that. So I might give it a placeholder just for now. Looks like a needle. All right, weapon. There we go. Anybody says, you know, one of these days, future Mia can get really upset with current Mia and past Mia. It's true. I'm going to single-handedly unlock time travel just to go back in time and yell at myself and be like, stop doing that. All right, I know I had a sword that would work well for this at one point. It would appear that I did not keep it. Boom. I'm not even sure if they want the sword visible or if they want... The sword makes him look less warlocky than having like the tome on his hip. It really depends on how I pose him. Jack, I'm pretty sure you're a fool. Are you the same person? If you're still here, I'd be open to knowing if you had a pose in mind. You were pretty open-ended, which is fantastic. So I'm gonna make something cool regardless. For now, we'll have just a placeholder sword. And then we'll make something cooler and more befitting of the character, like your reference, if you want to go that route. If not, I could have him holding a book and reading it, kind of like how you have in your other concept art. He's such a cool character. I just want to make sure I don't skimp any of the details. There we go. Jack is indeed fool. He is a hexblade warlock, so his power comes from the sword. Oh, duh. Hexblade. Yep, you're right. I should really know that, because I've played it as that class. Alrighty. This is not nearly as sexy as the sword that he has. But I can get it to look similar. There we go. Because we don't want it too thin, because the current sword that he has, ooh, 3D printers from across the world cry. But that's what we do here, so I got it. And I can still make it look awesome. We're going to kind of just block out this shape for right now. It's got that really cool, classic little guard here. It's kind of cupped over. And it looks like it has a bunch of jewels on it too. I love it. There we go. Zero mesh in half. Mayblade says, does that mean he starts with more hit points than the standard magic user? I'm not sure if that affects the hit point dice for when you roll, but they are less squishy. He's still a warlock. I love it. Does he need the sword? He's literally a hexblade warlock. Yes, I'm like, right. Hey, I was gonna add it. I wasn't not gonna do it. Getting this kind of cleaned up, something simple. Zero mesh in half, and then some jewels. Jack explains, a hexblade is a subclass of warlock that just stab people super well, but low AC, so glass cannon. Glass cannons are fun to play as though. Aloha says, ooh, that's awesome, isn't it? All right, gonna add a little bit of beveling here and then inset some jewels, just like the reference. If anybody's watching, I'm like, oh my God, she can work from a reference directly like this. I don't normally do this. I only do it if the concept art is like killer. Speaking of, I keep bragging about the concept art, but I won't show it to you guys. Haha, just joking. Let's look at it. So I've talked about it about a million times. This is what Jack provided. See what I mean? Freaking cool. And yeah, this sword, no way that's 3D printing. But we can make something really awesome. It looks a lot like it. And again, I don't usually go so literal for detail, but it's just so cool. All right, I'm going to put in some ovals here. Depth, lowering it in. So now when I click and drag, it actually touches the mesh. And if I was smart, I would have done all this in symmetry. But it's just a couple jewels. Bam. Didn't take long to do it by myself. All right, so now we're kind of just working on the proportions of the sword right now. We're gonna make it straight up and down, crush down that poly count. David says, if you've ever played a red mage Samish concept, but less spells being a warlock. Ah. Something kind of like this, but there's not going to be that notch in it the way that I did it. How about, instead of adjusting them at the same time, I make this easier and just accept they're two separate pieces. I know, I'm being confusing with jumping back in here. Oh yeah, the second arc got done. Forgot to post it. Oh wow, yeah, it's all fully rendered now. That is stunning. My mods are gonna be like, you told us to stay in this one. I know, I'm sorry. I don't even follow my own rules sometimes. David says, Samish, Samish, potato, tomato. And this guard here can be a little gnarly. It's just there for him to have something to hold on to, literally. Wow, what's up with this topology? Why are you being as difficult as possible? Fine. made it really low poly. And now we're just gonna extrude some little loops. Again, you're not gonna see like any of this. It's gonna be smushed in his hand. But I want there to be some sort of detail poking out. And realistically, I'm probably just gonna remake this. There we go. After posing is done. But I wanna get this sent over to Ricky as soon as possible. Okay. There's this. Getting all of our pieces pieced. That's about right. And then for this, we don't want this notch. Turn off perspective, and we're gonna cut this flat. Very good. And then stretch. This is a long sword. But not a long sword. Ha, that's confusing. Long blade, but it's not a long sword. All right, let's go with the red gems, just because it's going to contrast really nicely and blend it all together. Neat. We have a weapon now. Hey, greetings humans. Welcome in, monkey. All right. I think we got all the main components here. This collar is so gigantic in the reference. I love it. All right, we're gonna merge all of the different head pieces together. I can name it head. And then adjust the proportions here a touch. He's very tall. Perfect. All right. We'll name this skirt outer, skirt inner, and it looks like we're gonna be ready to send this over for posing. I like it. Toe claws. It's really important you take the time to name all your subtools before you send it over to Character Creator. Otherwise, it forgets who it is sometimes, and it'll like overwrite the same subtool if you give it all the same names. I used to name it Gauntlet Left and Gauntlet Right, and now I just name one Gaunt and one Let. All right, how are these names looking? Nice and clear, so organized. Beautiful. Well, this has gone through a ton of transformations and it's looking really nice. Oh, I'm happy with this. When he's posed though, that's when it's really gonna come together. As of now, he's cool. He's fine. He's chilling. But once you get something dynamic happening where he's interacting with his environment or the weapon, that's when it gets really cool. I kind of like it with my light setting a bit better. Yeah. What about colors? Ooh, that was cool. This is the bounce light, which you can tell is very powerful. Always have a secondary bounce light. Sick. All right, this is the chicken we started with, and this is our lovely Owl Folk or Owlin Warlock. That's going to be our second art today. Taking the screenshot. Smile. How does Ricky pose wings in Character Creator 4? He doesn't. I do. Yep, that's something I do in ZBrush. You got it. Art 2. Sometimes we'll he can angle the wings or whatnot, but it depends if he's gonna fan them out or the feathers. Nah, that's something that I would do in Resculpt. Although it says looks awesome, what a great job. Thank you. We're cooking today. All right, this head is 670,000 points and it literally cannot be. We need this to be 15,000 points. My entire budget for Character Creator is 300,000 polys, so this doubles it just on this one piece. I know, Maverick. This has been great and distraction-free. You guys have been so well behaved today. Thank you, peasants. Mini blades, save. I have not saved yet. Well, I would have had to, or no, I wouldn't have. Yeah, you're right. All right, that's looking good. Decimate more. All right, let's see if I drop all of the polys here. And then the wings as well. We're just not going to worry about the wings. Merge visible. What are we dealing with? 140. Whoa, I'm half of my budget. That's awesome. That never happens. Wow. Good job, me. That's always future me's problem. Okay. Not bad. All right, we're going to save. Owl Folk Warlock, which I have saved. There's so little in here now. Crazy. It's going to save in this area, though, because it doesn't do it right unless I make it. There we go. Future me, I just stood up and saluted the screen. Absolutely. All right, this means I get to take my lovely spreadsheet here. Oh, your girl is so pale. Oh my God. Okay. And go from in progress, detail has been finished, pose prep, ready. So both of these are ready for Ricky. You can now pose the Two-Faced Monster Warlock and the Owl Folk Warlock. It's just a Warlock party over here, y'all. Good. Very good. I love your guys' little reactions and stuff. It brings me a lot of joy, just letting you guys know. All right. We're going to jump straight to happy hour because my streams have no structure now. They are whatever I want. Perfect. Aloha has a question. Very good. Ask. Bam. It is happy hour. This is a time dedicated specifically for my students. Send me assignments. I'm going to go through and look at all my DMs and get all you guys answered. Here we go. King Nex. Mushroom Man based on an image found on Pinterest. Cute. Good work. Oh, what is the stamp right now? 140. Alrighty. Mushroom Man based on an image I found on Pinterest. Looks like more than 5 subtools, but the legs were just extracted and arms are a mirror and weld. Very cool. Oh, I did say something less than 5 subtools. That's just more so y'all don't go insane on this first practicing subtools. You absolutely could make them separate pieces in the future if you want. I love how potato-y. You did a very good job on the mouth. This could very easily be resculpted into like a proper human mouth, but we don't need that for our Mushroom Man. Awesome. If you want to push this even a little bit further, I would play with the proportions a touch. To be clear, this is fantastic. Do not rework it. It's already so good. And you went off a reference anyhow. But right now, he's kind of looks like two equal spots, top and bottom. So let me explain that. We have this top section here, which is pretty close in volume to the body. Pretty close. Obviously, it's not quite. But if you ever want to push this further, I recommend with cute stuff, make the head like gigantic and the body small, or vice versa. So just push it so it's not so close to being about the exact same size. But again, if you followed a reference, this is great. I love that you're already introducing some textures on the body. The eyes are kind of haunting in the best way. And my favorite thing about this is definitely the texture that is underneath the cap right here. That looks really nice. Good work. You more than addressed the assignment. You killed it. I love that you use mirror and weld too. That's a fantastic tool that you're going to use all the time. All right, you're ready for your next assignment. Let me go ahead and grab that for you. Oh, and I'm going to review that edit mode thing that you did because every student goes through this. And I still do it sometimes. All right, let me first grab your next assignment, which is talking about Dynamesh. All right, you're going to use your current model to do this assignment. And then let's talk about edit mode for a second here, because I saw that you fell out of it. So edit mode's really funny. By default, ZBrush is not a 3D program. It's 2.5D. And you're like, what does that mean? That's a good question. We're going to have this angry owl head as our base. If you click on the letter T on your keyboard by accident, and then again, it says right here, you're in 3D mode. Do you want to switch to 2.5D, 2.5? And you do switch. Congrats, you've broken ZBrush. All your buttons are now grayed out except for a couple. And now when you click and drag, you just create an infinite amount of heads or whatever your current subtool is. And it's a disaster and it just gets worse and worse and worse and worse. How do you fix this? Very carefully, listen. First, Command N on your keyboard or Control N on Windows. And that's N for new. Now click and drag on your tablet once. Don't touch it again. Now click on T for tiger on your keyboard. Bam, you're back in edit mode. Everything has been repaired. You can use that stamp feature on purpose if you like it by holding Shift and S. And that's cool because then you can kind of flip around and do like a bunch of little stamps. I use it all the time when I was sending splashboards for customers and like commission updates. And you can always clear your canvas with Command N. There you go. That's how you fix the edit mode problem. Next student. Ooh, Sater has a good follow-up. 1 second. Want them to be cute or smart? Big head or hat. Want them to be intimidating or dumb? Small head hat. Very true. Beautiful. All right, next we have mini mimics. Oh, sweet. This is your goal for the day, what you got done. All right, start my friend's character. Focus on references, pose. My dog's drinking water. General forms and shapes, and start on medium details if able. Very good. That's a great goal. So just really right here, simple, narrow down. Your goal is to start your friend's character. Very good. Go lay down. You're just like snuffing your water. I know. He's like, what? This is my dog. He's like, I'm thirsty. Big yawn. Okay. All right. A wear leopard ex-stripper turned archer named Nathaniel. That's fantastic. Okay. So cool, that is the goal. And then a little bit of review on this character you're working on here. The way the knees are so spread apart is kind of odd and jarring. I would look at some references of people that are squatting. I'm gonna Google human squatting first and then make sure this is fine to put on camera. Or I'm gonna do like fighter stance squat. What you need is to look for some references here. So these are all like weight, like bodybuilders and stuff, but even like the sumo pose, look at a human reference. Even better, go in the mirror, look at yourself and do this pose. Because right now it doesn't quite look battle ready. It looks a little off balance, like he's tilted forward kind of. So the biggest thing here is to work on the pose. I love the textures you have on the hip, like some fabric pieces there. Shield looks great. Sword is going to be not 3D print friendly. you'll need to about quadruple the thickness of that, and be very, very careful when you have stuff hanging off the edge. Currently, this is not proportioned for a 28mm scale, and I can tell based on the proportion of the character to the base. The base will always be 25mm across, and that is for a humanoid. It's a medium character. And then the actual character itself will be around 28mm from foot to eye level. Alrighty. Okay, reviewed at roughly 145 because I talked first. Grant, some tidbits for you. Next is RB, and you're here right now, so I don't have to do anything. Hey, you did the same thing for practice. Awesome. Hi, Mia. This is not my assignment, but I did the warm-up sculpt you did. Not sure in 30 minutes. It was closer to 40 to 50. I'll get back to my project tomorrow. That's awesome. I think you did a great job nailing the smaller details, and I like the way you sculpted the dress. So you did a bit more stylistic differences compared to the original, and no poly paint, but this is still fantastic. For the hands, we're going to simplify them to little claws. I know I said Lego hands like claws. Make sure that you make the thumb significantly higher up to where it's going to fall at the halfway point. This is still just fine, but you took the Lego hands a little literally, and I take fault for that because I also said that. But this is great. Yeah, I don't have a ton of feedback on this. You nailed it. You know, that's a great warm-up. It's a ton of fun. I like the texturing on the sleeves immensely. That is beautiful. Great work. Proud of you. I was mostly joking, but I love that someone also did this as a warm-up. If you don't know what we're talking about, this is what I did today on stream in about, I don't know, it was 25 minutes? Yeah. So I did poly paint to kind of cut some corners as well. But I think yours has almost like some better structure. Actually, I love how you did the sleeves versus what I did. So good work. What does Max say? I already watched Dynamesh and been using the tool. I watched him when working on Mr. Mushroom Man. Oh, wonderful. That will help fix your resolution issue. But subdivision levels is also a great way to handle that. Whenever you're dealing with stretching of a mesh, Dynamesh. We just need a little more resolution, subdivision levels. I love this. It is student time. We're getting through it. All right, so they already did Dynamesh one. This is great. In that case, let's go next assignment. We're gonna jump into masking, which is a really big, fantastic tool. You can do so much with masking, and I'll show you what it is in just a second here. All right. Oop, they have their next assignment. Masking is just when you can mask or paint on a section of the mesh like that, and now that is selected. So if I move my brush around, the mask gets left alone. As you can tell, there's a ton that you can do with this because you can invert the mask, you can pair it with the 3D gizmo to adjust shapes, details, isolate. Masking is really cool. So that is next up for Max. RV says thank you. You're welcome. Sater says mitten hands is the game industry term. Pretty sure it's Lego hands. All right, what's up, Empress? Here's Empress's assignment. Hello, this is Pupper. In experimenting with 3D Gizmo, I have created this hat using a cone and then adjusted the bend, curve, and taper. They are now ready for a day at the water park or heavy rain. Oh my God, precious, fantastic. You didn't have to actually sculpt anything for this assignment, but the fact that you did is fantastic. And I'm very happy to see you're using the deformers under the 3D Gizmo already, because that's an extremely powerful tool. And the more you get comfortable with it sooner on, the better. Well, good. You're also ready for your next assignment. Now that you can add and move subtools, I want you to create something using less than 5 subtools. Just keep it simple. It's pretty much kind of like what you did with the dog here, but I have some prompts for you if you can't think of anything. I have a list of 5. Most people create a magical staff with a cool gem at the top, but you're welcome to create whatever you'd like. Beautiful. All right. Any other students? David says, Mia, sorry, wasn't fully paying attention when you started on me. I don't command every minute of attention. No, you're fine. You can rewind though. May I ask, just how would you fix the blade? Just thicker or just the pose for less overhang? both. Needs to be about 3 to 4 times thicker, and I would dress to overhang. So great, great guess. Both of those. Again, the way he fits on the base is just kind of awkward, and it sounds like you play in person, so you're familiar with this. When you're playing with D&D minis on a mat, it's really annoying when there's a character who hangs off his base a ton. Because for right now, like I have this character here, and if I had a bunch of duplicates of him, they could all move and fit on a, you know, grid side by side. So that's why even my archer here, I have it to where she doesn't hang off the base like at all. See, if I flip her upside down, you really can't see. Right now, your sword would hang way off like this, which means if you go to move your character, you're gonna knock all your friends over. It's just annoying to play with when they hang off. If it's a little bit, that's fine, but this is the length of the mini again next to it. So if you can't even put friends next to him. He's just gonna stab his friends, and you don't want that. By the way, though, I love that face. I missed that the first time reviewing it. Very cool. And also, people love variation, so the fact that he is slowly transforming here as it moves on is really cool. Keep it going. David says, fair. Good idea. Thank you. You're welcome. Just Lingual just says apostrophe. Apostrophe right back at you. Hey, Volt's here. Been a bit. Or at least that you're in the chat. You probably lurk whenever. Welcome back. Ooh, that's a better pose. I love that. I love that. I love that. Thank you, Sater. All right, we're cooking. Thank you so much for putting this in here, Loa, because I got swept up. Mia, Madame, I have a question. What D&D class/role do you think you've modeled the most over the years? Is there a clear standout? I don't know. It's actually a pretty even spread. That's a great question. It's just women. It's a lot of women because people like how I sculpt women. They look like women instead of boobs with a sword. Which, I want to be clear, I love models and pinups and boobs with a sword. It's silly, but like, I don't mind it. I really don't. I just get mad when it's my only option. So as far as a standout class, not necessarily, but definitely a standout gender. Let me guess. Max already watched that video too. Yep, I knew it. Sorry for being awkward. Lol. I called it. Did you practice? Okay, we're gonna assume he already practiced with it. I love it. Sorry for being awkward. I knew. I don't know if you're watching the stream right now, but I called you out. All right. I guess. I'm gonna give you 2. Alphas and practice. There's alphas. And let's do a plan and create. This is a great one where you need to grab your own references and get in the practice of designing your own characters, essentially, without actually designing a full character. Mal S says, I am watching. Yes. Oh, you're Max. That makes so much sense. I didn't know that. Why don't any of you have the same username more than one place? I swear to God, peasants. I have like 3 names to remember for each one of y'all. That's okay. Ooh, Reaper art in art share. It is time to brag about Reaper, my mod. She's wonderful. It's a baby. Aww, that's awesome. Everything about this rocks. I love the color scheme. I love the shapes on this. Oh, these are just satisfying curves. Reaper's awesome. Reaper's so talented. Oh, even better. Smooth brain, no thoughts. Heck yeah. Reaper, plug your coffee. Buy me a coffee. You can hire this talent to make stuff for you, and you should. Very cool. All right, any other student questions? Just Lingual says, we're keeping you on your toes with the names. For real, though. I'm just gonna, this is why, you know what, from here on and henceforth, you're all just peasants. I'll be like, all right, peasant 1, peasant 2. No, just peasant. You all have the same name. Mal says, in my defense, there's only one letter different. You're right. You're right. As someone with a short name as well, Mia, short name supremacy. That's fine. That's permissible. Unless is a Max short for Maximilian. Maximilian. That's a name, right? Yeah, it's the name of the horse in Tangled. Oh, yay. More reactions. I am simple. The more little reacts and wiggles, the happier I am. Reaper says, I'm working on it. Good, good. All right. Well, that was happy hour number 1. Nope, Max is just Max, as it should be. Very good. All right, we are 2 hours into the stream. Horse entangled is Maximus, actually. You're right. Not being wrong about Disney and Pokemon on my own streams. Woof. Yeah, Reaper and Taylor Bath only share 2 letters. Yeah, that's not allowed. All right, so far today we have completed 2 blocks, which is we detailed the Owlfolk Warlock and then we got it post prep ready. Anything that is in a column with a little capsule that I change a name, I call a block. What other blocks do I have to do? So many. I'm going to show you guys the Two-Faced Warlock right now, just to take a small break, and because it's cool that we're doing so many Warlocks. Blah, I immediately clicked off of it. Here we go. Isn't she cool? And kind of a babe, objectively. I mean, there's 2 heads. So the headcanon I have here is that she is like the princess of her tribe, and then everybody gets slaughtered, so now she gets, you know, is like the, not queen, but like matriarch of her tribe overnight. And because of all that pressure, she ends up making a deal that goes sour to get more power. Because by default, she's just a fighter, which is why I have her with this like animal femur club. And then it fuses a magic user, which is like part of her soul, I imagine, that splits off. But yeah, pretty cool. Smiley face knees. Why would you bring that up? I would have never... I'm not going to fix it. How did I not see that? Okay. That's fine. Amazing. Sater says, Mia, it's okay. You don't play D&D either. We've known you're a poser nerd for a while. Straight to the heart. As I literally do this for a living, but no. Sad. But no, don't get rid of it. No, I'm keeping the knees. You're fine. David says, Mia, how do you do very repetitive structures while making them look good, such as feathers and hair strands? Yeah, so when you're sculpting hair, you don't want to actually sculpt like the same strand over and over again. So what you do is you layer things up in the same shape hierarchy that you do anything, which means the hair starts as a hair blob. We're going to just have eyeballs here. Don't worry about it. So there is a blob underneath this that looks like a sphere. And then I have a Danny Mac hairbrush. So I pretty much take this curve tube and I just layer these on. But you want to have it in different groups. See what I mean? Like that strand's the secondary form essentially that can layer little ones on top of it. You don't want to actually go through here and just do an individual strand next to each and every one, because as you already mentioned, yeah, it doesn't look good. So again, review your primary, secondary, and tertiary forms just the same way that you would with an entire character. But with hair, you have the main hair blob, which in this case is the center sphere here. That would be the main hair blob I use to construct this piece. It happens to be skull shape because there's a skull in there. And then a secondary shape would be something that kind of helps define that, which in this case is this hair chunk. And then these little tiny ones are just flyaway strands, which are what get all the credit for making the hair look good. But if you just covered the whole model in this flyaway strands, it wouldn't look very good. But very, very good question. And then same with feathers. Feathers are fun. So bird wings are cool. And they also have primary, secondary, tertiary forms. Let me show them to you. But instead, they're called like primary feathers and stuff. So right here, this is the most accurate one that I have, wing. And notice that there's variation in size of feather as well. Same way there would be. We'll do it hawk, wing, anatomy. Beautiful. Bam. Bird. Here we go. This one. So again, you have like your coverlets, your secondaries, and your primaries right here. So those are going to vary. I think this is the reference I used to sculpt that. That looks quite similar. But again, there's groupings of feathers, so it's not going to be blanketed in one big texture. So my short answer to that is make sure you just break it down to your primary, secondary, and tertiary forms. If you just cover the entire thing with tertiary forms, so hair strands or individual feathers, you're right. It will look like a blob. Good question. Paint says we need to make a one-shot 1 point. We do. Anybody says, I can't wait until we do the bug human. I'm seeing the scientist from the fly. That's going to be awesome. We might work on that today. Sater says, oh God, now it can't be unseen. That's what you get for calling me a foot guy. Oh God. Yeah, you're right. We're even now. Truce? Truce? Sad face shins too. Stop it, Aloha. All right, Paint messaged me. Finished watching the videos. We'll make some alphas when I get home. Awesome. Do you want your next assignment right now, or is that, I don't want to rush you. I'm going to get queued up, but I'm not rushing you. It's just going to be sitting there for you. So you just did alphas and you practiced the staff. Okay. I think it's a good time. Have you learned Dynamesh yet? Yes, you just learned Dynamesh. Okay. Then in that case, we're going to do a plan and create. Don't go crazy with this. Just pick something simple and small, a little dude, or don't do a good job at it. You can do a full character, but terrible. But don't go nuts with this. Just next assignment when you're ready. Be wary of scope creep. You ever heard of like KISS? Keep it stupid, simple. Or my favorite, keep it simple, stupid. But that one's mean. So I just say keep it stupid, simple. Bam. All right, all the students are taken care of. Abel's here. Hey, Benvet. So for the wing, is there a core shape or just feathers merged together? What I do is I create a plane to base it off of. So let's make this really small, just so I have a starting point. Click on B to bring up brush, and then I bring up a curve quad brush. Curved quad fill. Oh my God, curve quad fill. And then I can click and drag a general wing shape like this. So that is the primary form, and that's how I start my wings. And it's easier just to sculpt your wings as a pose are going to be. Don't take a pose, like, you know how wings can be like connected or fanned out? Just make them separate and do it intentionally once. It's much easier. Mia says, Abel says, Mia, so for the wings, is there a core formed in feathers? Yeah, yes. I read your thing twice. Yes. That means it's probably time for lunch. It is 1:08 here. I'm going to heat up some of the pasta that I made yesterday, and I'll be back in about 30 minutes. It has been an absolute pleasure. Thank you guys so much. And Then we're going to cook on something else. I'm not sure what else I'm going to work on today, but there's definitely more to be done. We're only 2 hours in. I got a minimum of 2 more hours. Returning in 30 minutes-ish, so 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time-ish, if I can do math. Good enough. All right. I encourage you guys also, at the very least, if you're not on lunch break, walk around, get some water, stretch, because I've been sitting here for 2 hours. And if you're a student that missed your time in the sun to get reviewed, don't worry, we're going to do this all again tomorrow. Paint. Scope creep never looks at pile of shame. I knew you'd understand. Perfect. I love my students. All right, see you in a second. 30 minutes. Hey y'all, I'm back from lunch. I hope y'all had a better lunch than I did. I was eating my pasta from yesterday, and there was like a fly flying around, so I annihilated it, and it like exploded everywhere. And I was like, wow, that's gross. When I go sit and eat my pasta, I'm just like, couldn't stop thinking about it. It's like trying how like to not think about a penguin. That's all you can think about. I'm like, okay, no. I have more mental fortitude and control than this. Nope, no I don't. I barely ate my pasta. Whatever. I'll make sure to have an extra big dinner tonight. Hey, Foxy's alive. Hello, hello. All right, so we're gonna look at what is next here. I've reset back to Tavern Keeper's Craft. We did our students a little early today. But if you're still a student and you're hanging out and got some questions, feel free to ask still. All right, next thing we have is the detail block for Nuckelevee. So let's do it. Yeah, no, rip. It was so silly, but like I couldn't be upset because I'm just like, come on, Mia, don't think about it. I could, in fact, could not think about it. All right, it's Knuckles. Oh yeah, he's cute. All right, so this is what we're working on. I'm gonna get this fully detailed, not worried about pose right now. Empress says, oh, I has question. Yes, what is your question? I have answer, probably, maybe. Hello says, I'm gonna do some stuff now, guys. I'll still be here lurking, but not actively in chat. Sounds good. We are both cooking today. I like it. Empress says, so during my assignment, before the last one, I was wondering how to confidently push forms during blockout. Any tips? Push it until you break it. So the goal is to go past the limits where you know objectively, like, oh, that's too far, and then reel it back in a little bit. Break it, then fix it. All right, so I don't really know where I want to start on this, so I'm just going to start on the booty because it's looking very, very bland. First thing we're going to do is auto groups, then mirror and weld, because I could tell it wasn't in symmetry, and sure enough, a little bit wasn't quite symmetrical. What about wilted plants on the base? Like his presence killed them. Absolutely. So that's actually really accurate to the original lore of Nuckelevee too. He brings plague and pestilence. Why is this sculpting on here as if it's a cloth brush? Oh, I have an alpha on. I was like, I think I would remember. What we're going to do first is actually just add more secondary forms, which I wish I had done on the front, but I didn't. I kind of just went in and started digging in shapes. We're going to use the curve 2 brush. We're going to make sure it actually follows the mesh and tapers. So to that, we're going to make sure picker is on continuous Z and stroke has this curve graph on it. Something like this. All right, let's add some swirlies. We're doing the leg details right now. That looks good. I want to make sure this wraps around the mesh a little bit without actually causing any problems. Like I don't want it tearing across. There we go. We want lots of overlaps and general gnarliness. But there is a flow to it. You want it to be readable and you don't want too many tangents. Like this, I don't want that. Keep on undoing until it goes away. Sweet. So this is the secondary form that's going on top of my base shape here. We'll get all of this kind of tentacle-y looking, and then we'll come through with some finer textures. This is why I mentioned like sometimes detailing is my favorite part because it can feel like the easiest part of sculpting sometimes. You know what you need to do, you just kind of take your time and have fun with it. Especially when it's a monster. Hey, Not Sleepers here. Software on and hardware both hate me. Oh no, what's happening? If you got a question about ZBrush, maybe I can help you on the software side anyway. Come on, I hid you. Don't act like that. There we go. Yeah, my brush and ZBrush and my pen have been working really well today. It's like the second I bought a new one, it was like, you know what? We're gonna work now. Sorry about all that trouble for the last couple weeks. No rhyme or reason. I'm like, I don't care. I'm still buying the pen is still coming. I'm still gonna use this new pen. I will just use it and be salty about it. Sweet. See how much better this looks than this? You know, like, it's, yeah. Because this is following the correct order. I'm working up my forms instead of just jumping to fine details. I'm going to try to keep the tentacles and their respective body part together. I think that would make my life a little easier. So right now I'm grouping the legs. We have like, I don't know what that is, delete. Each one of these bones, I'm gonna make sure is a separate subtool, and then I will put the respective tentacles on it. I think I can just merge these two at the base here, that's fine. There we go. All right. Now Let me see how I can detail and maybe add some tertiary details on the bottom here. I'd like to do something quick and easy, like an alpha or a noise modifier I can throw on it. I don't really know what the answer is going to be, so we're going to find out together. One thing I did here that was I could definitely spend more time on was defining the muscle groups within this leg here. But I have decided that this model has taken enough time. And at some point, it just needs to get done. Doesn't mean that we're not going to love and care for it still. But it's also like, okay, it's time to finish the model. I made this whole thing from scratch. So something's got to give. Usually I would use a human base mesh, and I've already sculpted horses before. But I knew this would be a great learning experience, and so that's why I did it this way. I don't regret that by any means. Oh, I have a really cool scar tissue brush. I wonder if I could use that to add some plague underneath here. Non-Sleeper says, I love the horns on the braces. Thank you. Yeah, we can add some like really gnarly textures here. I'm looking for stuff more like that. Yeah. There we go, and that's gonna kind of poke through underneath. And ideally, if I can let this shred through the mesh, do you see how this is grabbing on top of my secondary form? See that? Magic in a brush. This is what I'm talking about, where you can buy as many fancy brush packs as you want, but if you don't know how to use them and have the fundamental shapes underneath it, it's not gonna help you that much. Sweet. I'm quite happy with how that turned out. That's what I call time efficient. Fantastic. Now I don't want that exact same texture everywhere though, and I think it'd be nice to have some peeling flesh as well. He's quite put together right now. We need something visibly falling apart. Yes. So right now I'm adding a bunch of flesh tears. Yes. That looks good. And then we're gonna need to give the same love and attention to the front legs and the neck that we did the back. So I'm gonna delete all that fine detail I did. And we're gonna give it some more love and attention, because look how much better that looks than what I had before. Say it with me, all my students. You work from primary to secondary to tertiary shapes. You do not skip to tertiary shapes, ever. You build your pyramid, otherwise you're just gonna fall off. Alrighty. And I'm mostly saying that, honestly, for myself, because I break my own rules all the time, and then I pay for them, and then it's future Mia's problem. And somehow, future Mia always... Well, I'm grateful that future Mia continues to exist. But I seem to forget that's going to happen. And then I'm like, oh man, now I have to deal with this mess I left for myself. There we go. All right, that looks good. I'm gonna leave that as it is. I already introduced some of that these shapes here at the bottom, which is fantastic. Except each one is a separate subtool. That's silly. We're gonna merge those down. Perfect. And now I can subdivide these legs a couple times, throw in that goof. Sater says, Mia, oh, I forgot to tell you. What did you forget to tell me? I'm interested. Keep Non-Sleeper recommends, how about a kilt? No. He doesn't get clothes. He's a horrible monster. But putting a kilt on just that makes me laugh. I do love the idea. He's not human. He has no need for clothes. Emperor says, you work from primary to secondary, tertiary shapes, something pyramid, or fall to your death. Very good. Sayer says, aw, you rock. That is all. Thank you. Good truce. You're not so bad. Even though I started the problem. Alrighty. Where's I need something pussy and gross to follow up that nice moment. There we go. All right, I'm gonna use this teeth bite here because, so see how this has like a curve to it nicely? If I stretch it up and line it, I can kind of get that nice little kind of curve following this. It's not an exact science, but in my head, that would be aesthetic and look quite nice. Yeah, it's almost like a suggestion of a secondary muscle group there. Satyr says, no, it's true. I'm the worst. Ask Reaper. You guys have some secret beef I don't know about between my mods? I love drama. I love tea. I wouldn't even be mad about that. Oh, I forgot to do this in symmetry. No, I didn't. It is in symmetry. Why aren't you working? Oh, you were not symmetrical. Rip. That's okay. I fixed it. All right. Looking good still. Same thing for the neck. All right. Time to lay on some tentacles. And we're doing that with curved tube. Split mass point, so it's its own piece. There we go. And I want this one to be especially wormy looking. There we go. Oh, nope, too thick. If you want it, so we put, use a curve brush, say if it's too thick or too large, you can just make your draw size smaller, click and tap on it, and it should make it smaller. Alrighty. Looking good. I even did it in symmetry. It would be cool if I could have maybe some tentacles and tendrils that are hanging off of it. So we're gonna, in order to achieve that, because right now it wants to stick to the body, you can go to Picker once Z, and then it'll just hang. We'll do this out of symmetry. Or you know what? No. We will do it in symmetry, and I'll show you why. Because then I can go through and just remove certain pieces. This is really going to be cool because it's going to give the effect of like a mane. Flesh mane. Come on, be visible. Nope. There we go. Ah, this is cool. All right, so I'll show you guys why I didn't do that without symmetry turned on, because now if I click auto groups, I can go through and I can just click on individual ones to remove them every other or so. And then even better, I can grab move topological and add more variation to it. And then if you go with an inflate brush at the bottom, you can make it look like ooze. See? Cool. Well, goodness, this is coming along quickly. I like the idea of adding the green, but it just looks better being red. Oh, there's Reaper. Yep, talking to Satyr. You are the worst. Look at my mods hating each other. Aww. These ears look so funny. Just not having them also looks hysterical. They just shouldn't be so long, that's all. Yeah, he looks like little bunny ears, like a mule. There you go, something more like that. And as far as the tail goes, having this little nub is fine. I think it'd be cool if I kind of made this my own a little bit and made like long tentacle tail. Let's bring the base back for a moment here. We're going to scoot it on over. We're going to hide these rocks and create some grossness. Without symmetry, thank you. How do I want to do this? I know how to do this, but my brain is like, no, you don't. I'm like, no, you've done this before. You've solved this problem. It's like I lock the brush or something. I'm trying to click it so where I click and drag and I can pull it up on the base without it acting like this. There's a way to do it. I think it is continuous Z or closest Z. Maybe I just did them in different pieces. Yeah, that's it. I did them in separate pieces. Okay. We'll make a pile of tail stuff. Yeah, something kind of like that. Gross. And now picker 1C, selecting the tail. And then we're going to delete this little weird tail nub because we're not going to need it. I don't think I've gotten this much work uninterrupted in weeks. This is amazing. I mean, love your guys' support and jokes and whatnot, but this is kind of nice. All right, and then we can duplicate this a bunch of times. I'm gonna duplicate it 4 times and just scoot them around a tiny bit, and then we'll add some personality and fun with the Move Topological brush. It needs to hang pretty much straight down in order to look heavy and gross. And then let's scoot together the pile of flesh because these will connect at some point. I just haven't made them connect yet. Yeah, how nice is that? There is a beauty to this. I like the idea of some of these little tail tendrils poking back up as if not like sentient, but almost octopus-like. Oh, disgusting. Very good. All right, this base needs help. Needs to be much larger. I don't know why the skulls are falling off. Oh, I love that you're a million different subtools. All right, where'd you go? Let me fix. Would I delete them? Maybe that's for the best. I like Mini Blaze's idea a lot of adding, oh, nope, they're all back. Adding some withered plants. Again, that is like spot on for the original lore of this critter. Nuckelevee. Sounds right. Curious, are you going to put it on a round base or keep the oval? Oval. In order to look, okay, let's see. In order to look meaty. Amazing. You know, I'm just not digging the human skull. Are all the teeth individual pieces? Oh my god. Okay, we're not dealing with that. Mask, polygroup, go away. There we go. Nice. All right, we're making some really quick progress compared to where we started here. I like it. So we got 2 different textures going on with the chest. I kind of wanted the top to look more like bone or cracked. We'll kind of just see what it turns out looking like once I get some details on here. I'm using this brush here, like a raised scar, because it's grabbing, see that, on top of some of the secondary forms I added, without me having to manually sculpt and weave flesh. So, very good. Flesh weaving is hard work. Xander says round base is the standard for 5e, but I do like oval. Same. And it is the standard, but this is a horse, so it's not expected to have to fit. Well, not just a horse, but since it's a big bad, you got some more flexibility. Yeah, I think I want something kind of like that. I want it on both sides. We're going to zoom in here. I'm going to color what's inside of it a very clear yellowy white. I want it to really kind of stand out. And then we're going to build up the edge using the standard brush and maybe a little bit of clay if we're feeling crazy. Who knows? Too dry. Sweet. And then we're going to add some really deep striations that kind of connect to the tops. Perfect. As far as like where I know what to add, what kind of details, I'm just trying to keep a balance of really high detail versus something that's a little bit lower. You want to make sure with a model like this, I mean, you're going to put a lot of details on it, but you don't want the same detail blocked out everywhere. Otherwise it kind of just looks it's hard to look at. And this is going to really push that line as is because it's pretty much just flayed skin. The whole thing. I'm going to duplicate this arm right here and we're going to make it a more interesting shape. Right now it's just one tube, but what would be cool? Why have one tube when you can have two tubes that kind of like weave together? So I'm going to pinch both of them. See, we have two now. And I can kind of, we should create one of these a darker color so I don't go insane. Yeah. I'm going to cut off the bottom of it as well. Close holes, amazing. Perfect. And now I can kind of, an actual braid would be neat, but I don't want to do that right now. So instead, we'll just kind of use the move brush and manually twist this around. Oh yeah. It's all coming together. I need that as like a soundboard. I can just like ping whatever I want because I don't have the voice for that. Hello, if you're still lurking, which I know you are, you gotta watch Emperor's New Groove. That's homework. There we go. That's a much more interesting shape and kind of brings in more of that form language we have on the other ones. Very nice. I'm not quite sure what we're gonna do with this. I know I should have vertebra visible, perhaps, but I don't know if I have a lot of time to do that. Oh, even though we're not in happy hour anymore, any students that have questions, please ask. And if you're lurking and you're like, I have questions, I'm not a student, you can still ask. You're totally fine. Just kidding. If you don't pay for mentorship, my mods come out and ban you immediately. Totally joking. If you ask an egregious amount of questions, eventually I'll be like, gee, you know what you'd benefit from? But it takes a long time for me to say that. Right now, we're really just making him look gross, so there's maybe not a whole lot of confusion right now. But this whole thing I made from a sphere, so at any point, including the skull of this horse, which I'm really proud of. I don't know if these spikes are helping the design. They sure add something to the silhouette. I think I'd have to make the ridges in the back here more intentional. There we go. Okay. That is fine. And I'm not sure how I want to detail this at all. I really don't like how the ribs came out, interestingly. I even layered them up as like a secondary form. Don't love it. So I'll just get rid of it. I find if you don't like a shape and you're not sure what to do with it, don't just keep reworking it endlessly. Just take another stab at it. Maybe you want to sculpt it differently and you'll find something you like. I'm coming in with just like this drag and drop brush. This is from Flip Normals. Just so I can kind of see what shapes I even want there. Maybe I just... And when you do buy brushes like this, it's like, oh, this is a chin, that's a cheekbone. You can use them however you want. Don't limit yourself. I can make this entire texture right here out of cheekbones. Sater says, I won't ban anymore. I gave Mini Blaze a 10-second ban as a joke, and now she's gone. Oh no. No, I'm sure she's still here. And then Sleeper says, where the heck is everyone chatting? Discord? No, it's quiet right now. I think it's because I'm working, I'm cooking. It is odd. Mia keeps saying how much she's enjoying things I've done, so she's reinforcing their silence. No, I think it's just a Tuesday. I think seasons are changing. I guarantee a lot of people right now are doing their own work simultaneously. It's like a little art party around the world. I know for Aloha that's what's happening for sure. Because yesterday I wasn't very interactive with, or not, I was interactive with the chat, but like I was kind of focusing on my own stuff still when I wasn't getting bombarded with Taver Pets. And you guys were talking about all kinds of stuff. It was like potato chat for a long time. Hey, Rudy's here. Hello, hello. We are detailing gore today. Sater says, yeah, so about the crazy California stuff, registration was $1,000. What about emissions and inspections? Yeah, you have to get your vehicle smogged every 2 years. That's only like $100. That's not bad. Yep, Forge has emerged. Am doing work. Yeah. No, we got 20 people here, and it is quiet because I have amassed a bunch of artists and creatives and hard workers, whether you're at a quote-unquote normal job or not. You're cooking. Oh, cool. Someone new. Jurassic Jesse. That's a fun one. This is my first time in your stream. Welcome in. How long have you been doing this? 6 years. 6 years full time, but there was a very, very small gap between me learning to do this to doing it full time. David says, Mia, I asked before, generally, how fast should you be able to make models? I guess to clarify, how long it's been crazy, like what you're working on, take on average to complete? Yeah, this is pretty insane. There is no should. I know I'm being picky on words there, but words are powerful. How long does it take though? Oh, I would say this is 2 hours to block out. So I did it from scratch. 1 second, I'm adding. And I'm bad at adding. Under 10 hours. But this would have taken me like 2 months a couple years ago. Sater says, my email hates when Mia streams. I get very little done. Oh, Reaper's trying to post their dragon, but the internet won't let them. And Just Lingual can't confirm, and working on engineering drafting. Yeah, I love it. I think it's amazing. I can't believe... I used to see, like, when our view count was over 20, I would kind of, like, panic, because I'm like, that's like 24 people to entertain. Nah, you guys are so self-sufficient. We're having a good time. I'm working. You're working. Sending all of y'all good vibes, because we're getting later in the day, and you're starting to feel yourself drag a little bit. Kind of just roll your shoulders, get some water. You got this. Yeah, Jurassic, if you have any other questions, let me know. I'm just detailing away on this guy. We've done, so this is what we started with today, picking up from, and this is where we're at now. I still can't decide how I want to detail this little midsection here because I don't want to take away from our creepy guy. Ooh, I know what to do. What we're going to do is we're going to take this entire character, raise him up just a touch, and it's going to be essentially like he's growing out of the horse, which is correct to the original lore too. So it's going to be kind of like a gnarly tree trunk. It's going to be cool. Okay, let's make that happen. First things first, we're going to merge all these pieces down. As we go, I'm going to make sure they are polygrouped together. So see how each one of these spikes are separate? I don't want that. We're going to do Command W. Now it's all the same color. And what that means is when I merge it down onto the rest of the body, now I can grab all of them at once. If I didn't take the time to polygroup them together, then I would have to manually select them, which is not the end of the world, but we're trying to do things somewhat efficiently around here. I'm very excited to make him grow out of this flayed horse. It's gonna be cool. And that explains a lot why I wasn't really enjoying how the ribs looked, because I had a secondary subtool there just so I can have the ribs as separate pieces. And I don't know, I just thought it looked really busy because they're all competing for attention. As Reaper says, intentional design is the light side to the mumbling dark side, where you're just kind of like mumbling as you sculpt and you're like, I hope this is gonna work out. I hope this is gonna work out. No, I came up with an intentional, cool design choice and now I'm gonna implement it. It's gonna be awesome. Like, I love how I made this like a twisted braid. Speaking of this arm right here, that whole design concept was my mod Sater's idea. He sketched it and everything and I pretty much copied it on stream. All right, so we're gonna raise him up a bit like this. And now we're gonna have a bunch of different tentacles rise up and swirl around him to lock him in place. Jurassic says, I have a desire to learn this. Do you have tutorial lessons for beginners on buttons or how to do this? Oh, you betcha. Pretty much my entire chat is full of students. It's a little quiet right now because they're all working on their own projects. But I have a mentorship program. It's $1 a day, so it's $30 a month. And I teach people from the very, very beginning to those that already have a flourishing business in 3D. I specialize in 3D printing, so if you want to know stuff like proper topology for rigging or hair cards and stuff like that, that's not something that I'm as developed on, but I can definitely point you in the right direction. And especially if you're not sure how to sculpt in the first place. I gotcha. Yeah, you just subscribed too. Thank you. The one catch is I do work in ZBrush, and ZBrush is kind of expensive. So ye be warned. ZBrush Core was very affordable at $10, but they got rid of that, and now they replaced it with ZBrush on iPad, which is $10. I also highly recommend that. There are other means you can perhaps procure ZBrush if you are internet savvy, but I don't endorse any illegal activity. But just let you know that it is out there. Thank you, MiniBlaze, for linking that. So I host the payment through Patreon. That's where you pay, but we don't actually interact much on Patreon. Instead, it'll be hosted through Discord. So I would encourage you to join my Discord. At the very least, you can lurk and have access to the channels here, like ZBrush questions and student artwork. And then to further answer your question, yes, I do have video lessons that you'll follow and whatnot, but the program is really tailored to you specifically. During happy hour, which is every day on stream, is a section where I address my students and review all of their work on stream. If you can't make the stream, it's not a big deal at all. I just send you the timestamp of when I reviewed your work. I think that's all the basics. There's a lot to cover. If it feels overwhelming, just ask. I got no problem repeating myself. Unless it's in real life, then God forbid. If I'm like, that's something I'm working on. If my husband doesn't hear me, I'm like, stink eye. I'm getting better at that. I got lots of patience for my students, though. Oh, to perfectly brag, my students are fantastic. I have a really good community here. David has already offered to bridge any gaps between ZBrush and Blender because they're primarily a Blender user, but they're still in my mentorship, which I was okay with because they already know how to sculpt, and I'm helping them more on like productivity and the business side. That was very generous of you, David. Appreciate the peasants being good to each other in my community. I really do. Yeah, we do have a few 2D artists too. One of my mods, Reaper, is very talented. Mirror and weld across the X. Where'd you go? Ah, I see. Duplicate, mirror. This is gonna be so gnarly. I'm going to drag this like section of the pelvis straight down, just so for when this is 3D printed, it'll be the illusion that it's being held up by all of these tendrils, but there will be a center core piece that actually connects to the mesh. That way we don't have any issues. There we go. No, you're not, Rudy. You fit right in. But you do like causing problems. It's okay. My mod's like that too. It's like a saddle made out of tentacles. I love it. I think I'm gonna, so here's like a cool trick that I don't get to use very often on stream. It's using curved tubes where it'll smart wrap around an object. It's pretty nifty. So by default, when you click and drag, it just kind of sits on the mesh. But you can also click and drag, hold down shift, bam. It will do a loop all the way around your mesh. The more complicated your mesh is, the less this works. But you get the idea. It's really neat, and it saves you a lot of time from having to do all this stuff manually. I'm hoping this will look like some pieces of like this tentacle throne are reaching down and securing him to this horse. They kind of look like balloon animals. That's not very scary. I'm gonna use my smooth brush and there we go. De-balloon animal it. Nice. Now we're gonna grab this torso underneath from the horse. We're gonna subdivide it a few times so there's more resolution. Because as is, if I were to go on this and use like chisel organic, let's use a better example. See how pixelated? You can barely see what that looks like. That's because there's not enough polys to show that resolution change. So instead, divide a few times. There you go. It is true, rebellion is encouraged and rewarded. It is true. You're gonna have to go apologize to Mini Blaze. She's gone forever now. Nah, she mentioned like actual real life has been kind of kicking her butt recently. It happens. I hope things are going better though. I sadly did this without symmetry turned on, so let's do that one more time. This is actually a brush that's used for a pectoral muscle, but it works quite well for what I'm doing right now. There we go. It's all coming together. All right, so I'm gonna start grabbing all of these pieces right here, merging them down so there's not just a bajillion. I already have so many subtools to keep track of as it is. There we go. We're gonna duplicate this entire subtool, and then we're gonna do a really cool trick here. We can flare all of them out at once. Bring up my gizmo with W, that little gear, and then taper. There we go. Click and drag right there. So now we have a secondary series of these. And I'm hoping that I could use the twist brush to do some of this work for me. See that? Oh yeah, that's working beautifully. Cool. So much of ZBrush is just learning your tool and seeing the best way to apply that for the job. It really is a case of, you know, work smarter, not harder. And then any pieces that get a little too distorted, like this one, simply hold Command Shift, double click on that, delete hidden. Oh, that's so cool. Torso tentacles. Sick. I think I want to lean this whole character forward a little bit. Oh, I polygrouped the whole thing at one point. Womp womp. That's not what I meant to do. Oh well. Auto groups it is. Sad. Use mass lasso, grab this section here. Lift his chin up a touch, and then just a small tilt. Maybe the other way. Yes. More tilt. More down. Less down. There we go. Sweet, we're making tons of progress here. Again, this is where we started about 20 minutes ago, and this is all the detailed work we've gotten done since then. Feeling good. Hey, Mini Blaze is back. Sorry, I was talking to my hubby. He has stuff he needs me to print for his weekend. Plus, I use Blender to make more activation markers. Oh, very nice. Santa was worried that he hurt your feelings. We missed you. Adding a little bit of texture on the edge of the ribcage here, just to show like a clear break. Again, this is a really tricky one to not get like lost in the sauce because it's pretty much the same texture all over it. It's a skinned horseman. So you have to be very careful and intentional of where you're adding detail and how. All right, horse looks good. Move on. The man needs some more attention. Anything that is a fleshy bit, we're going to split off into its own subtool. All of that can stay where it's at. All right, for this, we're going to subdivide a few times, and I think I already have my base shapes here. I have some secondary forms like marked out. Let's see. Mini Blaze says, no, I was just disappointed that one of your mods abused her power like that. This reminds me of like, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Sater, I know, I'm sorry, it was meant to be funny. No, she thinks it's funny. She's just being really funny. Oh my god, Mini Blaze is roasting or trolling Sater. I love to see it. I mean, no, they're very, very hurt. I think you have to make it up to them somehow. Isn't that right, Mini Blaze? Sater said, hey, but I did give you 1 point per second of timeout. That is way more generous than Mia's formula. This is true. The formula that totally doesn't exist that we're not going to talk about so you guys don't break it. Jesse says, how long have you been working on this model? Well, this fellow has been done completely on stream and from scratch. So what I'm saying is, like, you could technically find out by adding it up. If I had to guesstimate, I would say between 5-ish hours, I would say. Because I did one dedicated stream, that was about 2 hours. I did a second one, probably another 2 hours. And then so far, another hour. So I would say about 5 hours of progress here. Mini Blaze says, Mia, I was looking at some art earlier. The walking man was a narrow, thin man. What if you made the upper body thinner and taller? Well, he's not the walking man. This is Nuckelevee. But I love your suggestions. I've already made him a little bit taller. I'll keep that in mind. Probably changing this proportion here a little bit to read more like a tall, heaping triangle. Sater, 4 to 6 hours. Yeah, Mia, same brain. I was like, yeah, I just said that. I'm like, oh, right, lag. Same brain. Awesome. Mini Blaze was right. I think making this a bit taller. Let's still get some detail on here. Let's keep working this up. I'm using a combination of these anatomy brushes I got from Flip Normals, and then obviously my own shapes and techniques. Like right here is the move brush. Let's get some more textures done using clay. I'm a huge fan of using a clay brush, adding a little bit of volume, and they're kind of like sub-secondary forms, not to confuse y'all. Usually for my students, I keep it nice and simple, like primary, secondary, tertiary. 1, 2, 3. So we're gonna call this 2. There's a pelvis in here somewhere, I think. Again, this is kind of interesting and odd because, well, he's a monster. Clay is my favorite. Good pick, Sater. Good pick. Are there 2 meshes here? Why do you look like that? I'm laughing at these arms right now that I blocked out with just a bunch of tubes because they just look so silly. We're gonna come in with Trim Dynamic and Clay to kind of clean these forms up a little bit, show some correct plane shifts, all that good stuff. I'm pretty decent now at knowing like where muscles are at. So you have like your deltoid, this is your bicep right here, and then here's your tricep on the back. But even within these muscles here, I know I'm not a great demo model. I'm getting stronger, guys. You see that? Ooh, tiny little thing. I've been working out, actually. But anyway, I don't understand the subgroups very much within those. So I'm working on that still. I love how like Miniblaze is making like real art commentary and Rudy's talking about eating clay. I feel like that kid at the back of the bus eating glue. I'm like, oh, look at him go. Not me, I'm flexing the muscles. I know, I want tiny little muscle. There it is. On a real note, I want to be stronger. I really do. So I'm working on it. I'm like, it's like farm strong. So like I can move heavy stuff, no problem, by like getting anything up close to my hip. That's how I can move hay bales around stuff and grain bags or whatever. So even though it's almost half my body weight, it's fine because I can just put it at like my center of mass. But if you ask me to actually lift stuff just with my arms, not very good at it. Yeah, one of these days I'm gonna flex on y'all and it's gonna be really impressive. See, I got this is coming in. I got decent lats. Yeah. Again, I'm already small, so any gains look significant, but more. Ricky's been getting, that's my husband, a lot more in shape, and it kind of inspired me too. I'm like, I want to be strong. I can almost do a pull-up, almost, with a little bit of help. All right, adding some textures on here. We don't, it's all on topic. We're talking about muscles and bodies. All right, he's looking gnarly. Very good. And then Cedric mentions, don't worry too much about bicep subgroups. When it's relaxed, it's kind of like a football. And contracted, depending on bulk, it contracts to be more apple-shaped. That's very helpful. Rudy, is that chicken emoji meant to be me? Hurtful. Someone smite him. Where is Ricky? We've not heard from him today, or did I miss him? Yeah, he's been up in the loft, so he has not been here. I don't want to sculpt this into a full hand. It's just too much. We're gonna do probably another tentacle arm like this. Oh, Ricky's here. All right, these little spikes are so low res and lumpy. I want them to be cleaner and more multifaceted. I'm hoping if I can perhaps subdivide them and use clay polish, we'll get some nice planes on them. We didn't, so we're gonna do it by hand. Boo. All right, first thing we're gonna do is subdivide once and then ZBrush with half turned on, get more even topology. There we go. This to this. Okay, the color change makes it confusing. Now that we have this, I'm gonna polish by groups or features a little bit. Why are you so ugly tapered? Nah. All right, that's a better shape. Now we're gonna subdivide again with a smoother topology and bring up this really cool brush that I just love. It's orb flatten surface, but protect edge, something like that. It's a free brush pack on ArtStation from a guy that worked at Blizzard, I believe. Edge Protect. You could also use this in Trim Dynamic. So here's Trim Dynamic. That's a brush already in ZBrush. See that? Looks fine. But see how the edge gets kind of smushy? By using this modified version, Orb Flatten Edge, see that? It doesn't smush that edge around. It keeps it nice and crisp. So cool. Genius brush. Great work. Much wow. Don't mind me. All right, we're gonna mask by polygroups, auto groups here at a lower subdiv. Come on, auto groups. Why are you not auto grouping? Making everything the same color is quite literally the opposite of, there you go. I'm rushing ZBrush. It's like, I'm on it. Give me a second. All right, there we go. All right, so now we're gonna start chipping these away. I was really feeling hopeful and greedy that clay polish would do this for me. No, clay polish is like, am I a joke to you? I'm not doing that for you. And if you guys are wondering like, oh, like how'd you learn to sculpt like these different textures and why do you know how to do this and what brush to use? I just kept finding different stuff and trying different techniques until I found stuff that I liked. And then I'd say every 3 to 6 months or so, so a couple times a year, I find a new technique that I like even better. And then I rinse and repeat. And supposedly, along the line, I become a better artist. That's what they tell me anyway. All right, I'm using pinch at the top of these to make them look a little sharper. Carefully though, because I want this to be nice and 3D printable still. So it's more about the illusion of spikes than actual perfectly sharp spikes. There we go. That looks way better than, this is what we started with. See this? Blobs. Versus, bam, sharp, spiky. They're getting a little thin, so we'll just make all of them larger. There you go. Spiky back. Paint says, ooh, that does sound nice. What is the name of that tool called or where to find it? Let me find it for you. ArtStation Orb Brush Pack. I found it. It's from Michael Vincente or Vincent, and I just way overpronounced that. There you go. I think he used to work for Blizzard. It sure looks like Blizzard. Now he's a principal artist at Phoenix Lab. Maybe I just made that up. Maybe he never worked at Blizzard. I don't know where I got that from. Anyway, really cool brush pack. Free. Good guy. I have no idea if he's a good guy or not, but he makes good art. Here we go. Yeah, Warcraft, BlizzCon. Okay, yeah, he did some Blizzard stuff. He did a lot of stuff. Perfect. Forward to make things, uses it all the time as well. Yeah. Go down, click on that link in the chat, download and enjoy. I think we succeeded in detailing this monster. Looking quite monster. All right, we're at 3.5 hours right now, and I'm quite pleased with our progress. Here's my spreadsheet. We did the detail block. He is detailed. Yay! That's our third block of the day. Woo! All right, next up would be posing. And I don't pose monsters in Character Creator, I do them by hand. I'm trying to think of a pose for this guy that won't make me want to pull my hair out. Yes. I'm thinking. It's gonna be a more chill pose, I think. We're gonna replace this stamp with our new updated gnarly stamp. Oh yeah. Oh, isn't he cute? Look at him. Just a little harbinger of pestilence. Alright. Maybe a menacing, marked for death type of pointing. Oh yeah, like the hanging finger kind of thing. That'd be cool. I'm really tempted to break one of my cardinal rules, commit a cardinal art sin, and try to pose it without a reference. That would be a very bad example for all my students watching, especially if it went well. Nah, they know I've been doing this a long time. So right now I'm getting everything merged together in a way that would make sense. So I want the tail to be one group because I'm prepping for Transpose Master. Could just have him walking. Yeah. Just Single's like, and then you only have to pose one arm. I like how you think. Alrighty. We got hair globs. We got hair neck veins. Let's just merge those together. We have a neck. We got spikies. You know what? The spikies, we might as well just merge all that together. I'm trying to reduce my subtool pile of shame into something workable. All right, we got feeties. I'll name these hooves. David, Mia, don't do it. That's how I got the mimic armor wide stance. You're right. And one front hoof up. Miniplay says, that is also annoying, as we gave you a ton of reference. Damn, salty, rude, remove. I'm gonna delete your dumb comment. No. All right, continuing. All right, I'm happy with these knee joints here. And then having all these tentacles kind of merged together as well. What else? Got the chest. Oh, the chest and neck is one like assembly. Okay. I remember that vaguely. Head. Yes, front hoof up could definitely be a thing. There is the booty. Oh, I forgot to mention, I haven't done this in a while. If you're hanging out, having a good time, like and subscribe to the channel. It really helps out me and my husband. And channel is growing. We're on our way to buying a house one day. We're very excited. So if you're having a good time, that's a really easy and free way to show your support. All right. We're continuing. We're still cooking. We're going to just name this body. This will be head. And then body spikes. I'm going to just merge these into, or make them one polygroup, and then connect those down to the rest. Because I'm not going to worry about posing the body too much until the horse is all taken care of too. And yeah, this is going to be more of a chill pose. That way we don't lose, there's so much detail and cool stuff going on here. I just don't want the pose to do a disservice to it. think I can merge these down and it won't cause a ton of problems. I think. I'm gonna decimate the hooves a touch. Yeah, there are early stream references. I'm surprised no one's actually pulled that one up. But yeah, this was all done from scratch. That was a good point, Mini Blaze. I'm never obligated to follow or use references. That was bad peasant behavior. Alrighty. I think this is manageable from here. Looking good. None of that's going to bend that much. I can go ahead and merge all that down. I'm just trying to get this all nice and cleaned up. That way I don't have like 100 different subtools I have to manage when I am in Transpose Master. Technically, Transpose Master will merge them all down in one subtool, but change each subtool into a poly group. If that sounds like nonsense, it's just taking pieces and making them look like different pieces, essentially. So ideally, I don't want a bajillion different poly groups. Otherwise, it's going to make this kind of a pain. Joint, back joint. All right, we're gonna be in Transpose Master in just a couple minutes here. Neck, deets. All right, the peasants are revolting. Where's this pose? Ah, yes, the front leg, tentacles. Yeah, from Seder. Oh, no, it's just single. No, you're right. Duh. That's why they had like, the pointing idea, too. I'm so used to Seder being in the sketches. All right, we talked about feet for a bit here. If you guys look up in just a moment, here you go. You can see where this came from. So we did the horse. That's how the horse started. So we went from here. Oh, I'm wearing the same shirt as I did in that stream. Ha, doesn't really matter, but anyway. Refined a little bit. But this whole thing, oh yeah, it was from scratch. Did a little bit more work on it in a couple days. I don't think I posted my update for that though. But it's all on my YouTube channel. Yeah, so this is pretty much the pose we're gonna do. Very good. Nice and simple. Let's get started. So to pose, you're gonna bring it to Z plugin, Transpose Master, T pose mesh. And then Mini Blaze says, if I remember right, this was sketched during the first stream for it. This would have been the second because of the tentacles coming out of the mouth and the head. All right, clicking P for perspective, so it makes it nice and flat. There's no distortion on what is closer to the camera lens or farther away, which just means it's, if I mask a section, it'll go straight through, not at an angle because of that distortion caused from perspective. All right, we're gonna pose the horse first, and then the human. First thing we're gonna do is bring this chest up a touch. I'm gonna rotate it. So it's a lot of masking and small adjustments, essentially. I mean, I guess it depends how epic your pose is. If it's a crazy pose, then lots of adjustments. I'm gonna turn this on symmetry for a moment. And we're really gonna have like this big crested neck that's pointing down kind of sharply. So I can select just the head. There we go. And now we're gonna pose one of these legs. To do that, essentially you hold Command Shift, you click on the piece that you want, then mask without symmetry turned on. And now Command Shift click again to show everything. Command is Control on Windows. They sound almost the same, so honestly, if you don't think about it too hard, you'll just do it right. So it's a little tedious, but it's totally worth it. Grab all your pieces and then start posing. So this front leg is going to come out. It's going to look really silly right up until the point we get that last bit of the hoof tilted. Remember, don't judge your work until it's done. Otherwise, you're being unfair to yourself. Of course it doesn't look done. It's not done. It sounds simple, but I know a lot of y'all are hard on yourself, especially in that early stage. All right, we're gonna do this smart. There you go. And let that joint stay. There we go, tilting this up. And see, it still looks a bit goofy because we still haven't tilted that back, this little piece of the hoof. Up until that point, you really have to finish the entire pose for it to start looking really good, see? And then Mini Blaze mentions we can include the arm point in this pose. Oh, heck yeah, that's what I was thinking. And it's fun that they're both suggestions from Just Lingual. All right, then we're gonna scoot this other leg back a touch, just so everything, the silhouette has as much room to breathe as possible. And even though this is a lower action pose, you want to make sure it's not so stiff. So with humans, you know, you're always tilting your shoulders and your hips, which is a fancy name for that is contrapposto. We're going to do that with the horse too. We're going to bend the spine and curve the whole animal just a little bit. Otherwise, it's really stiff for no good reason. So we're going to tuck that back a little bit and then bend this forward, kind of hyperextend it. There we go. That's a good start. Let's do the same thing with the back legs. Ooh, it's got really close. Oh, and they touch. Great. I am sad about this one piece touching because it's going to like rip that mesh kind of weird, but that's okay. We will just do our best and mask cleanly and do our best. All right, make sure we're gonna include that knee joint. Perfect, so now we have this leg selected. We're gonna scoot it forward a touch. It looks like I'm missing some sort of internal piece. How important could it be? Okay. Is this for a not shell pose? Oh yeah, the running and dragging someone. I do remember that. If I didn't sculpt this completely from scratch, I probably would do that. But this guy has taken up enough mental and time budget as is. And he's cool, and he deserves that. Don't get me wrong. But at some point, I'm like, the business must continue. Oh man, when did that get selected? Really? Poop. That's okay. I think I can just nudge it back. Get over there. There we go. Just stacking the legs slightly really helps. And then Non-Sleeper asked, am I not watching the chat? No, I literally am. I'm just working. Was there a question? No. Do you guys feel neglected? Needy peasants. That's okay. You guys can be needy. All right, let's go ahead and bend the whole critter just a touch. Or, you know what, maybe let's get that creepy arm point happening first. We're gonna mask just one arm. And let's see how that looks. Because it's such a thin, fragile arm. That's all my other issue with having it kind of poking forward, but it is cool. Rudy is doing a bee revolt. Oh, non-sleeper, I think you missed it, but we got 2 new Taver pets. Because remember, you bought the last one, and you're like, okay guys, it's on you guys next. And it happened. We had Aiden bought one, and Alexander bought one. That was the same day. That was yesterday. That's why I'm like, today is a cooking stream. You guys are obviously welcome to donate, and I'll make a Taver pet, but I did make it $5 more expensive today. Just so I could get some stuff done, and get some stuff done I have. It's been a really good stream. And this other arm, I think would be cool if it especially looked like he was being kind of dragging behind. And then my favorite, no supports to print. Still kind of toying with this other arm here on like a point. Again, I think the pointing is a cool idea. I can kind of have it bend at the end there or something. And now I'm kind of playing with shapes and how that's going to look. I think I need to raise his entire shoulder for that to work, but having them both drag, that'd be good. And Sager said, Mia, to be fair, nowhere did you say that if your donation goal is hit, you have to make Taver Pet that day. That's true, but like, if I was going to donate to a streamer that I liked, because I knew it like caused something to happen, and then they didn't do it, I'd be like, oh, bummer, you know? So, I got no problem doing it that day. I think for clarity of silhouette, it's going to be best if this is just dragging behind it. Rudy goes up to decaying horse. Can I pet your dog? I like the arms dragging behind him the most, even though the paint is cool. Sater says, but video on demand. But giving the peasants what they want. You make valid points though, like always. I'm gonna widen up these arms a little bit because they're so spindly. All right, let's go ahead and bend the front of the horse here. So to do that, we're gonna mask the front feet and the front legs, the entire skull, entire neck. Yes, entire neck, please. Front joints. And then a section of the torso. Lots of stuff to mask. We're gonna put the 3D gizmo at this joint here. If you put it here and try to bend the model, it's gonna look like chaos. This is obviously not helpful. If you put it here, then it actually bends the way you expect it to. Sager says, look, I don't disagree. I'm just trying to make your life easier. It is what you hired me for. This is true. All right. Do I want to bend in? Like the foot is raised. I'm just curious if it'd look better tilted left or tilted right. I think it's about the same. All right, we're gonna turn on perspective so I can start getting an idea what this finished model is gonna look like. Oh yeah, this is cool. Yeah, this is so cool. Have I mentioned I love my job? It's all right. All right, right here, bend a bit more, and then also bending the neck. For that, we're gonna use mass lasso and try to sneak our way somewhere between a horn and dripping ooze, because I don't want to distort those when I bend the neck. It is just turning 3 o'clock. Sweet. I'm ripping through the day, no problem. And then Matt, I will be ready for our meeting at 4. No problem today. I know you don't mind if I reschedule because the stream's going long, but I don't like doing that. So I'm glad I'm able to be right on time recently. All right, now I can move the entire model. Very cool. Turn on perspective. Kind of see how it's looking. So what I'm doing right now is I'm kind of drafting what I call like the alpha angle, which is like the best shot. So I'm really gonna make sure I refine the silhouette in one spot. Obviously it's a 3D model. I want it to look good from every angle, but I always design with one specific angle as the main focus. So I'm gonna lower the head and scoot it over a little bit. I have no problem breaking anatomy here, just a little bit if it makes that silhouette look stronger. I feel like this front leg needs to be more like here. No, it looks fine. It's this front joint that's a little high. Grabbing move topological. Very good. All right, and I'd love if we can like really make this guy look tortured and disturbed, because I think he just looks too comfortable sitting up there. I want his head like falling off. Do you guys hear my neck pop? Oh my god. Anyway, but like dead. That'd be perfect. David says, Nia, I'm trying to figure out how to ask this. Questions are hard. Strong start. What are your general rules for connection points between the base and figure? Is 1 point okay if it's, let's say, 4 to 5 millimeter thick pool of it? I don't have that strict of a rule. Generally 2 feet on the ground for a mini works just fine. Just don't give them ballerina feet. And then Sader's talking about pets and whatnot. Yes. Plus the pet is something she does to be nice. This is true. To give people a feeling of value for donation. She doesn't have to do anything at all. This is true. Donate, peasants. No, I'm totally joking. She doesn't have to do anything at all. I'd argue that everyone donates to her does so to support her, not with the purpose of funding a pet. I think it can be a little bit of both, but I agree. And then Mayblade says, chin down or head to the side? Both. It's going to be like down, broken. Make sense? All right, let's go from the top. There we go. I was like, this is not rotating where I think it's supposed to rotate. That makes sense. My gizmo is just off in space. All right, we're gonna rotate the entire body a touch. So what you guys see is like the whole model, right? What I'm looking at is this. So I'll make it black so you guys can see what I'm seeing. When I say I'm working on silhouette and clarity, this is what I'm talking about. Because this is more clear than this. And then I can really make it more clear by rotating the entire thing. And again, it's a 3D model, so as I spin it around, obviously the silhouette changes dramatically. But it's nice to have an alpha angle where I purposely try to make it extra strong and clear. Come on, don't be silly. Stop. There's my pen not working. This is why I bought a new one. Speaking of, that should be arriving today. my theory is that the capacitor in this pen is going out because these pens don't actually have batteries in them. They just get close enough to the coil in the tablet and they're like, aha, power. But over 5 years and thousands of connections, eventually it's like, I'm tired. Oh God, what is that movie? Holes. Like, I'm tired of this, Grandpa. It's like, that's too damn bad. That's me right now. Is it an upgraded pen as opposed to a downgraded pen? No, I just said pen. So this is going to come across real rich, and I'm aware. But you don't have to buy expensive equipment to make cool stuff. I say as my hands rest on a $2,500 Cintiq. I'm aware. I'm aware of what I'm saying versus what I did. I will say at some point when you do something professionally and you do it every damn day, it not working even once a week, I cannot tolerate. I need my equipment to just work, and that's where the premium comes in. So I've been complaining about this pen for the last couple weeks. It is the first time anything in my setup here has not worked in almost 6 years since I began. So that's not bad return on investment if I do say so myself. And then Reaper says silhouette clarity applies with 2D too. Absolutely. Even more so, I'd argue. Yep, standard pen, no buttons assigned. Yeah, I do have 2 buttons, but non-sleeper is correct. I don't use any buttons. And this isn't a touchscreen either. I would pay more to make sure it is not a touchscreen. I thought I saw something pinged me. Nope, I'm pingless. All right, this is looking good. Oh, this is looking so good. I do think the horse head is less sexy or, wow, my brain, sleek. I meant to say sleek, not sexy. Doesn't need to be sexy. Okay, it is less sleek than I was anticipating, which what I mean by that is I think it'd be cool if it was like a bit more narrow, perhaps. I'm not quite sure what I want, so I'm just gonna play with some shapes here. Is my pen officially giving up on me? Wow, look at that lag. Awesome, okay. Mini Blaze says, I turn my touchscreen off. Yeah, relatable. I don't like touchscreen tablets. I feel like the head needs to be like over here. Distance, separation. I can also just rotate the model to achieve the same effect, I think. No, it is a little stumpy. Dude, your neck is already so long. What more do you want? All right, I think it should look like this, but it wants to look like this. I don't think I have anything masked. No, I do. That was almost bad. Undo the mask. We're gonna do a little rotate, and kind of see what we're looking at here. Yeah, it looks pretty damn good. I love this like shin bone that's floating around. I'm just gonna put them away. And the legs aren't all quite on the right page, which is fine. We can just scoot, scoot, scoot. And then the tail is a little weird, and the entire horse is a touch too short. I mean, it can be accurate depending on what breed of horse or whatever, but we're going with a long boy. So I'm going to mask right in front of the pelvis, right behind the ribs, and we're just going to scoot that on back. I'm going to go from the top view here and stretch and pull by about 20%. So it's before and after, I think. Yeah, so see how scrunched? There we go. Turn on perspective, it's really gonna help. Got a nice C shape happening on the top here. I like that. So I'm literally like elongating the model to get to look better. Yeah, Ricky mentions, yeah, so we buy expensive tools for reliability, not features. Very well said. Sater says, yeah, I have a canvas, the Huon, that I need to put some time onto someday. Dude, the canvas is awesome. The Huon canvas, I had that for more than a year. It was just ended up being too small for me. I like a lot of space. Oh, this is an especially good comment from Aloha. Are you guys ready for some Aloha goodness? Mia. As an enjoyer of goopy models, I must say, this goop is gooping hard. Great job. Thank you, Aloha. It be gooping. So Ricky also makes really lame comments and really lame jokes and lots of puns. And I feel like it's partly why we've been together for so long, because damn, it is not hard to make me laugh. It's kind of like my favorite thing about myself, if that makes sense. That's my flex. It's not hard to make me laugh. I don't know. Just joy comes to me easily, and I've been very grateful for that. All right, we're stretching out the neck. We're moving the head around, and it's time to break his neck. Are you ready? Bam. Bam. Breakage. Oh yeah. It's all coming together. Very nice. Ooh, I love these little gaps that we're getting here. These little like peek through moments of where the tentacles are raising him up. Oh, I want more of that. More. So what I'm doing is I'm creating larger cavities, essentially, so that the silhouette reads even more clearly. More. Tentacle. Tentacle. Snoot tentacles. Man, the goop do be gooping. We're gonna add similar abstract space into the tail. If any point you guys are watching, especially my students, and you're like, what? Like, I really try to avoid vague art speak as much as possible, which is difficult because art be vague and subjective. But there usually is an objective reason why things look good. So if you're like, I'm gonna need you to do better than the goop is gooping, I can do better. But the goop do be gooping. Sayer says, I think I have the big one. It's under my couch at the moment. Under your couch? Oh, couch of shame. Not even under your bed? That's like a new level of like distance. Then Sayer says, Mia, I may have noodle muscles, but I'm easily amused. One day I'm going to do this on stream, and these are going to be huge, and I'm going to look super cool. Like, it's going to be awesome. As of now, today is not the day. I'm going to show up to stream one day, like all tatted up with like bulging biceps. It's going to be great. It's never going to happen. It's totally going to happen. And I was like, I think the goop is gooping is a perfect summary. Very good. And because you're a student, that is now fact. You have spoken for every student. All right, so now is the moment of truth where I take Transpose Master back to main ZBrush. And in case you're wondering, you're like, this looks the same. What are you talking about? What Transpose Master does, see right here? I got one subtool, just one. If I hold Shift F, I got all these nice colors. Each color corresponds to an original subtool. So again, you sculpt all your stuff, lots of subtools. Transpose Master smashes them all together into one, so you can make big adjustments all at once. Because right now I'm gonna go to Z plugin, click on my pen. I'm gonna click on T pose sub T. Quick side note for Transpose Master. It says T pose mesh and T pose sub T. It just means begin and end. I don't know why they called it this. I think it's so confusing. Just, this is your start button. This is your end button. That's all you need to know. Don't worry about any of this crap underneath. If you don't know what it is, you don't need to worry about it. All right, now it's going to take all those deformations I did and put them back on my original subtool. So you can see in this menu, I now have a bajillion again. So yeah, pretty cool. And now I'm going to click on all high right here and we'll get a resolution back. I hope. Okay, we did. I was like, oh my God, where did it go? You guys were about to watch me panic on stream. Nope, we're fine, we're fine. All right, we are going to admire. Oh, he's so cool. Why does that head look so gigantic? Is it my like draw distance? What the heck? The head looks huge. How about I just make it smaller? There we go. Also, the separation between that and the neck sucks. So I can fix that by turning on perspective and then perhaps just rotating the entire model. I kind of missed this gap right here. That works. The base isn't fitting right now, but that's no problem. We'll just take the gizmo and just scoot it on over. I feel like I was about to say something important and then I forgot what it is. Oh well. Turn on transparency and I can actually see the critter, so I can kind of line up the base roughly. Turn off transparency and admire. Oh, cool. Oh, he's so cool. We still got stuff to deal with, but oh man, this is awesome. The horse is still too short. Whatever, it looks good. And then Sater mentions about their couch and living room. It's the size of the bedroom itself. So we have an entertainment center and TV in there that's connected to my desktop. Hence why the tablet is under the couch. It's the upstairs couch. Ooh, upstairs couch. Just giving you a hard time. Head looks long. It is a horse. Why the long face? Did you change your mind about the wilted plants? No, I'm just literally working. Look at you guys trying to distract me and side rail me. Not today, peasants. See, this is why I don't get anything done. Because it's like, oh, what about wilted plants? And I do wilted plants. And it's like, oh, what if you do this? And they're usually cool ideas. And then it's 3 hours later and I'm like, oh, fuck, don't I have a business to run? I did miss the first half of the message. I read it right afterwards and I was like, woof. It still worked, Sater, but you're right. All right, we're doing some more fine adjustments. All right. I'm gonna push the back legs backwards. So we're gonna merge these down and scoot. We can also delete that shin bone that's hiding out in here. I don't know what its purpose is. I'm hoping it's not important. I think it was just for construction purposes. That's gonna be a future Mia problem. Or maybe not at all. I'm feeling lucky. Perfection. Oh, I forgot about these things. Yep. Totally forgot you existed. That's okay. I may or may not use you. All right. Aloha says, Mia, what do we think about some randomly scattered pustules, like bigger orbs across from the tentacles to break up the tube shapes? Ew. Ew. Yeah, I like that. Sayer says, yeah, it worked to mock me, so sure, from your side it worked. Did I stutter? There's definitely a trend that as the stream goes on, I get drier and meaner, especially to my mods. And I already started off pretty dry humor today. Thanks for being here. I do actually like you guys. Stop being like that. Just do what I want you to do the first time. Okay. No. Oh, it's this one again. See, I told you this was going to be a problem. That's okay. I already knew this was going to be a problem. Bam. Delete hidden. All right. I appreciate that I said the horse would look a little short, and no one was like, yeah, the horse looks short. Like, I appreciate that. I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, I don't want like dog pile art critique, you know? I don't know why I said that. Now the entire chat's going to flood with, horse looks short. It's like I know my peasants, and then like you act like peasants, and I'm like shocked. Rudy said she called me a glue eater. Oh my god, I did. Unironically on stream. I did do that. I'm sorry, Rudy. Well, especially because like I know Rudy like in real life. Oh, that made me cry. So no filter on that. Why did no one call me out for saying that? Oh my god. Sorry about that. Ricky said, Mia, you look short. I'm about to cancel this whole stream. I am average height. Slightly above average height. I'm 5'6" on a good day. Ricky's like, no, all good, not taken. In my defense, you were talking about eating clay, so... Oh, Sater said, short is relative. Short to me or short to you? I would say, how about short to the national average? Oh my god, we're doing this. USA, average, female, height. 5'3" according to AI right here. This says ranges from 4'11" to 5'7" around the world. Okay, I don't like that answer. Is 5'7" tall for women in the US? There, the average height of American adult female is 5'3.5". I am 2 inches taller than that. Yes. The peasants are back. Yeah, non-sleeper, when you're like, where is everyone chatting? Literally, it kind of just comes in waves. We all like get some work done, and then we come back, and it's nice. And then Jurassic says, we all have glue eaters and window lickers in our lives. Window lickers. I've never heard that before. I love that. Oh my god. Very good. All right, we're gonna scoot up the face a little bit. Oh yeah, no, crap, I did about 10%. Now you're right, on sleeper, that looks better. And then these legs got so beefy at one point, which is fine, except it's not. So we're gonna smush, smush, smush around, and then we're gonna try to get this looking a little more clear. What do I do with this back leg? Here's that piece of tissue that, you know, connects legs. Wow, you can tell it's the end of the stream. Jurassic, I swear I'm a better teacher than this. I'm like, here's that thing that connects legs. In my defense, I've been streaming for 4 hours. Sater says, off the top of my head, I know 2 adult women that are 5'3" and shorter. Okay. If you want to get all, like, you know, specific about this, your sample size sucks. To be statistically significant, it's got to be at least a couple dozen. So, wait, you know a couple dozen people. That completely fell apart. Damn it. Not witty after 4 hours. Non-sleeper says, get them off your head, Sater. They look silly there. Bam. Zing. Roasted. That was much wittier than me. And Sater says, I have carried one of them. That's funny. There we go. I was trying to find these little gaps and cavities right here that is slowly making the model more and more readable. Same with these arms. So notice I did all the bulk deformations with Transpose Master, and then I moved on here to my individual subtools to fine tune. There we go. Nice and readable. I love it. I love it so much. We're going to merge these legs down into their own piece, so it's even easier for me to move them around. Oh, we kind of got some funniness going on here. Whoops. Oh, because I have symmetry turned on. That'll do it. Symmetry is your best friend until you forgot that it was turned on, and then you do asymmetrical operations. That's why I have it right here. It's not. You can click X to toggle it. But the reason I have it right here is because it flashes at me every time it turns on and off. Because I forget it's there all the time. Sweet. We're not going to post-process for 3D printing today, but we are going to get this pose more than 80% done. How does it look if I push this leg over or back or forward? That looks a bit better. Pushing it forward. Yeah, I'm going to tuck this whole leg back. So notice that I'm definitely kind of smushing around anatomy, but I'm keeping it good enough. What's most important here is not the accuracy of this abomination. It's a piece of art, so it needs to read clearly. See how like this doesn't read as well as this? It's stuff like that. And obviously it's from this angle, you can just rotate it and then get a different perspective, but I find it's always nice to kind of try and narrow it down from one side. And Jurassic says, I'm very interested in learning this art. I'll scan your videos and see if there are beginner tutorials that you offer. Thanks for doing this. Super dope. Aw, thanks. I don't really have a lot of beginner tutorials online. It's really just hosted through my mentorship program specifically. But I understand everyone's financial situation is different. But if you can afford $1 a day, you won't find a better deal. Aloha says, you know it's a big lock-in stream when Mia's weekly hike comes into play. Yeah. Looking good. All right, I think I've stared at this long enough. I'm gonna give myself a break. I think, oh, it's so hard to stop working. Matt, I'm sure you're still here lurking. See, I do it too. I mean, you know this, but it's so hard to find where is that stopping point. In the beginning, when you're just learning how to create, I think it's really easy. Once you're like, oh, you've hit a point where the model is saying what it needs to say, you can just stop. But in this case, I want to get better, you know? I want to be the best. So, pushing yourself with each model, it's a fine line to walk. Dewey's here. Hey, stay safe with the weather today, Mia. Is there dangerous weather in my area? Are we getting weather? I live in East Tennessee. Oh yeah. Severe weather alert. Thanks. I will keep an eye out on that. Jesse says, is mentorship a one-on-one class? Could you explain more? Yes, absolutely. I think my easiest way to do it is to just show you the DMs of some of my students here. So I host it all pretty much through Discord, just in a DM. So it's just a conversation between you and me. Empress, I'm going to use you. Bam. So this is the beginning. Empress started right around her birthday, so I gave her a discount code. And I asked her some questions, how she's like, what her goal is, what version of ZBrush she uses. She answered them. And then we start right from the get-go. Here is your assignment for user interface. Goal, learn how to open the program and some menus. And then I have a video that I created for you to watch. And it tells you exactly how to do it. If you have any questions, you can message me. And then she messaged me the next day. After several hours and a few reps, I think I got the UI as far as I could to my liking. Awesome. Once she felt comfortable with the UI, sent me some screenshots. We went to the next assignment, which was navigation. Goal, be able to rotate, pan, and zoom in. And again, some videos from me. So that's how I do that. I just give you a bite-sized assignment, you tackle it. If you have any problems, questions, you come back to me. Now, for my students that are more advanced and have like their own business, like Matt, for example, we do a weekly call instead where I don't really review his artwork so much as I do give him pointers on how to sell and market that work. So my point there is that the mentorship program is very flexible based on what your specific goals are. And if you have goals that I don't think I can help you reach, I will tell you that. I will be very, very upfront. I'm like, that's not in my wheelhouse. But if I can help you, I will. And it's going to be fantastic and it's going to be worth it. I think I've only ever had one student where I was like, yeah, I don't do that. They were doing like it had to do with dental prosthetics, I think. And even though I do have a bachelor's in mechanical engineering, I'm like, since this has medical applications, I am not comfortable advising you on how to do this. And yeah, there's the invite to my Discord. Everything that I do, by the way, Jurassic, is for 3D printing, just to give a little bit more context. Speaking of, it's closing time. Okay, so like I 3D print all of my work, and this is a big boy, this is Thor, but I do print them small. This is 28mm scale for D&D. One of the really cool things about designing for 3D is the exact same file I use to print the tiny one, you can scale up to do the big one. So you don't have to sculpt her twice. You literally just go into your 3D printing slicer and scale up. If you don't have interest in 3D printing, that's totally fine. I can still teach you how to sculpt, but 3D printing is really cool. So if you haven't looked into it, I recommend checking it out. Alrighty. Sweet. It's looking good. And then let's go ahead and let's see if I can get a fun render on this. I haven't been very impressed with the renders recently have been ruining my ambient occlusion, which is the shadows, the small shadows in between areas. So here's preview AO. So it literally should be extra good at this. And then Jurassic says M3DM question mark. I don't know if you're asking me a question, but that's me, yes. Which is short for Mia's 3D models. It's actually me and my husband, but we just made it all about me. All right, check him out. And then we didn't implement the pustules idea that Alo recommended, but that is really cool. I just wanted to point that out because I do appreciate your recommendations, and I did think about it. I don't have time. That's a better angle. We want to see how long. Yeah, that's cool. Sick. And yeah, this is all done from a sphere, which I don't recommend. Like seriously, if you're just trying to learn, don't torture yourself sculpting everything from a sphere. Use a base mesh. It's fine. I didn't start doing this until recently. Oh yeah. All right, let's scoot him over because my face is kind of in the way. There we go. Mini blaze. No wilted grass either. Womp womp. I'm starting to think I shouldn't listen to my peasants. Look how much I got done. Oh my god, this is beautiful. All right, Sater just said one of my favorite things of the day. That's going straight into Tavern quotes. Screenshot. Sater says, Mia, well, you are the face of the brand. Ricky is the abs. I almost couldn't say that without laughing. I love my husband. And he has washboard abs. Yep, he sure does. Definitely does not have washboard abs. Bam, that's going straight into our Discord. Tavern quotes. Beautiful. Non-Sleeper says, the Discord is friendly, positive, and a great place to get tips and positive comments on your work. Oh, I'm glad that you think so. And yes, we're talking about my Discord. So if you're lurking right now and shy, there was an invite just a little bit ago. You're welcome to join. You don't have to chat. You can just lurk. I mention it all the time, but if I am not the content and talking. I'm a lurker in every other community I'm part of. I recently started chatting occasionally in one of my favorite streamers' chat, and that's been nerve-wracking and cool. But my point being, much love to lurkers as well. You were just as welcome to join. All right, let's go check this out. Here is my master spreadsheet. You guys can see what color I really am. All right, and pose prep. Oh, there is no pose prep, so we'll just say finished on that. And then post process, which I have not done quite yet. Essentially, that just involves taking any mesh that's intersecting and remeshing it to where there's no, instead of having two meshes that are like inside of each other, it's just one mesh. You can do that with Boolean operations or Dynamesh. All right, we are closing up right now. Do you guys have any specific questions, whether it's about mentorship or art, or if you're a student and you want follow-up on some work, please let me know because we're wrapping up pretty shortly here. Sponsored by Buc-ee's. Except not at all. Though I do love Buc-ee's and my Buc-ee's cup. Ooh, Aloha has a question. Sater says, you guys can tell what color I really am. Looks like Poppy from the Trolls. Oh, you wound me. But I am. I am like so white. I am blue in some lighting and pink in others. It's just how it be. I'm not mad about it. It's just the way of things. I'm gonna take a screenshot of my face all big next to my little friend here. We're just friends. Look at him. I love him. Sculpted a little friend. 3 art. We did 3 art today. Amazing. Hello, can I humbly request the members list for the graphic stuff, please, madame? I have you on a note. I have a little bit of time between now and my meeting with Matt, so I can grab that. Did I update the save? No. Why would I do that? Why would I work on this for hours and want to save my work? Why don't I ever save? Oh my god. Okay. It's okay. I got mini blaze. Alright, we're going to hang out. If you guys have more questions, yell at me in the chat. I'm going to go get that member list for Aloha. Or see if I can find it. Trying to see if Discord, YouTube will give me a CSV of that. Encore, 6-hour stream. Not for free, babies. Jurassic says, my daughter loves Poppy. She's awesome. Take that as a compliment. Oh, thank you. I wasn't really sure what it was, so I'm gonna look it up. I just saw Trolls, and I'm like, that's hurtful. Oh no, she's adorable. Yeah, I'm not mad about it. Thank you, Matt, for subbing. Not sure how long you've been here, but the stream is ending right now. So if you have any questions, be brave and ask in the chat. If not, come back tomorrow. I stream every day around 11 or noon Eastern time. Really just think around noon Eastern time every day. All right, Aloha, I'm looking for these things. See your members. Currently, we have 49 active members. A lot of those are keep being gifted from Alexander, which is amazing, but hey, that totally counts. A screenshot is fine? Nah, we gotta do things correct. Bam, I found a CSV. Fantastic. Awesome. All right, my face is covering it. I'm gonna open up the super secret channel with mods, so you guys don't get to see it. All right, I'm uploading it to the mod thing. It's a CSV, as it should be. Your members. Nice. There you go. Boop. That's everyone. And yeah, definitely a shout out to all of the people that support my Patreon and are member on YouTube. You guys literally keep the lights on around here and much more. So thank you so much. Okay, Matt says, I just joined the Patreon and saw you were live, so I subbed. That's awesome. Thank you so much for supporting my work. I really appreciate that. Literally, I just said my bit. I just didn't know it was about you literally. But yeah, you help keep the lights on around here, so thank you so much. Alrighty, looking good. Oh, there's Jared too. Yeah, we're ending the stream right now, sorry. It's already been 4.5 hours. How much do you guys want? When do you normally stream? Days and hours. Monday through Friday, around 12 p.m. Eastern time. Sometimes I start as early as 11, but no earlier than that. Oh, thank you, Dewey. I now need to re-update. No, I appreciate you. I literally just sent the CSV to Aloha, and then you bought 5 memberships. So now it's inaccurate again, which is really funny. Thank you so much. It was just really funny. Oh, sweet. So you give a membership to Fleekutta and Mini Blaze. Mini Blaze is here all the time, and Fleekutta is one of my students. So those are people. Oh, and Mal, also a student. So thank you very much, because you actually gifted a membership to a bunch of people that are here all the time and definitely deserve it. Thank you so much, Dewey. I really, really appreciate that. That deserves a little party. And just kidding, Aloha, don't use that CSV. It's already wrong. I don't know what I was thinking doing this on stream. It was like the last 2 minutes of the stream, so I didn't think anyone was going to donate. Dewey says, have a good day, Mia. Yeah, thank you so much. Hello, FML. Lovingly. Lovingly, FML. Mini Blaze, you're finally a member. Awesome. Which means you guys can now all use the very elusive moo emoji. There's gonna be more soon. Gosh, that is so funny. I was gonna say, we went an entire stream without getting donations. That derailed something. All right, I just uploaded the new CSV. Why is that repeating again? Oh, you... I thought it was just glitching and doing it again. Okay, it's still wrong. I'm just gonna wait. I'm gonna send you the CSV after the stream, Aloha. Thank you very much. All right, that's hysterical. Oh my god. Hey, Grimnir got gifted membership. They're also a student and wonderful. I literally was like, just re-uploaded it, and I was like, oh, okay. I guess my Streamlabs bot is just glitching out. Aloha says, in all caps, okay, guys, last chance. You want to be the new Tavern graphics, you have to be part of it now. Stewie's like, okay, I won't do it again. Very appreciated, though. That was hysterical and very problematic in the best way. But seriously, very generous. And yes, have a good day. Thank you so much. Oh my god. You guys are so cute. Okay, I tried. They're fine. They're fine. They're not going to do it again. I got it. Because if I don't do it right now, I might forget to give the CSV later, and I don't want to do that. All right. I love that Grimnir is now a part of this too. Very good. I need to get on these emojis of all the Tavern pets. But alas, I am only one lass. It's okay. I'm getting faster and better. Better, faster, stronger. Okay. All right. This is a new one. New one. Bam. That's good. Sweet. All right. Thank you guys so much. This is fantastic. I will see you guys again tomorrow. And if you guys, oh yeah, there's mini plays with the moo emoji. Oh, I love this. She's spamming it because she has wanted this for a while. Very good. Thank you guys. I really appreciate you. Tomorrow, you're welcome to derail the stream as much as you want. And then Dress says, so you're from Tennessee. Where are all the y'alls? No, I do say that. I just say welcome in, y'all. All right. You guys are great. Take care. And I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Bye.